Here we go, everybody. What a great show we got for you. Thursday night in New York. Oh, so much pride. So much pride to say in New York tonight. Always have a lot of pride to be here in New York. But boy, oh boy, did we celebrate today. The New York Knicks win the NBA championship. The parade was today. I don't know, thousands upon thousands of people out there celebrating amazing.
Millions, not thousands.
I'm going to say, I'm only saying hundreds of thousands. I don't millions. I guess it's millions. I'm not sure. If you say the wrong number, Nib, you're in trouble. So I went a little on the conservative side there.
I don't even follow like that, and I was listening to Mamdani's speech.
Yes.
And I was getting hyped. I was like, yeah. You did it. You fucking did it.
Yeah. Nib, I expect to see your new logo is a jersey.
I waited for this. Wait, I don't even follow the sport.
So you have to pardon us for a little late. We were celebrating behind the scenes. All great stuff, guys. Great stuff. I want to say thanks to everybody. We got a great panel for you guys. I see E-Dog out there, JC 2013. The OA is here. Top Gun, I see you bringing up some points. We're going to talk about that tonight. King Scott, a lot of great people here. Guys, please do hit that like button. I can't emphasize just how much that really helps the channel. Couple quick things here to promote real quick. We do have twitch.tv over there, Mooch TV. It's M00CHTV. Drop the O's for zeros. And we are going to be starting this Saturday. I think you guys will like this too. I think my audience really likes this. We're going to be doing a Dark Souls 3 run-through starting on Saturday. So Tuesdays will still be Multiplayer Tuesday, but we are going to be doing streaming right through Dark Souls 3. So that's very exciting. Very excited to do that with the great Blaze 4K and also Lazy Vibes over there. Go over and check us out. We'll be there Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern time over on Twitch. If you look right below that outstanding description, right below that is the link to Mooch TV over there. Go over and copy and paste that in there and follow. I'll see when you do that. It makes me very, very happy to see my folks from YouTube come over to Twitch. And if you'll take a second to look at that join button that's right above it, please join the Mooch Manic family. It really does help out, and it helps Mooch get all these ridiculous games we got to get and talk about. Nonetheless, you guys are fantastic. We've got a great panel here right now, which we're going to introduce, and we've got D. Batch joining us in a few moments. We've got Wise joining us in a few moments, and also the great David Faulkner. You guys know him as the community's accountant. He'll be joining us later in the hour, too, as we kind of go through a little bit of the numbers of what's going on over in the Xbox camp and see what's happening over there in Redmond. Maybe he can divulge a little bit more and clear things up. That being said, the great Death Singer is with us tonight. DS, you know, the audience literally, it's just like the New York parade. They're just out there with big DS signs and CrossFire signs. They love you, buddy. They couldn't wait for you to show up tonight. Great to have you. How you doing tonight, DS? Slight delay.
I'm doing great. Had a great D&D session. Shout out to the Knicks. We watched in the Discord.
Yes.
The Knicks game. And then obviously we're streaming the World Cup. Well, watching the World Cup.
Absolutely.
So, catching up on all the big games from all the big teams and just, having a great time.
It's actually, I got to tell you, 2026, great year for sports, great year, World Cup, championship here in New York. I know not everybody's from New York, so I get that. I really do get that. But the games line up. I mean, we're here to talk games, not just sports. That's how you lose people. But I will tell you, games lineup is looking phenomenal. We do have a little bit of, it's not been great news as far as what's going on with studios, what's going on with certain games, certain delays, things like that. We're going to get into that tonight. But before I go any further, the great Wolfgang is back with us again. And Wolf, I said to Wolf, we're not going to go 4 hours. If you guys remember, Wolf was on about a month ago, and he goes, Mooch, I got to go do my show. He finished his show, came back into the chat. He goes, you guys are still live? And I'm like, yes, I don't even know how to answer you, but we are somehow still live. Wolf, welcome back to the show, buddy. Great to have you. I know you are chomping at the bit as well to speak on this week's subjects, but how you doing this evening?
Oh, I'm good. It's been a heck of a week with work and everything else that's been happening. But other than that, I've been relaxing. My wife's Colombian. We watched the Colombia game last night and they won 3-1. So,
let's go.
Hey, I'm
outstanding. I mean, of course, I'm rooting for U.S., but you guys know 100% Italian here. I was hoping Italy. Italy didn't even qualify. So part of my heart is broken there. I don't know how you can win the Euro Cup in 21 and then just not qualify. Like, what happened? What happened? Anyway, I'm sure that some people got fired over there. Nonetheless, Wolf, great to have you here. And the great Nib is with us tonight. You guys know he's been absolutely, I don't know, his thumbs must be sore from all the typing over on X. Nib, great to have you, buddy. How you doing this evening?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm mixing shorter tweets with engagement farming and then longer tweets that are more detailed. It's a good balance. You know?
No, I totally see it. Shout out to King Man. I see about there. Dad of War. You guys are all great. The DeFloyd is here. Great to see everybody that is showing up. Ocelot as well. Glinzer starts off with a super chat. It's working. I appreciate that. He says, when Satya said Microsoft has been subsidizing Xbox, I was shocked. Actually, it was like saying Knicks fans are currently happy. Glinzer, thank you so much for that super chat, buddy. I really appreciate it. So, you know what? I figured since we are waiting for D, Wise, and David to get here, let's talk a little bit about the news that kind of was sprinkled on top of all the bad news, and that is GTA 6. I thought that would be a good way to kind of start the show before we get into the meat and potatoes of the show later, when we talk a little bit about what's going on at Xbox, what's going on at Bungie, things of that nature. So, I'll just open it up to you guys here. We're in a situation as we welcome in the great D-Batch. D-Batch is here right on time. By the way, my God, D, you are punctual, buddy. He wrote me and he said 7:15. It's 7:15. So D-Batch is with us. D, great to have you. We're talking a little bit about GTA 6. Wolf, I'll start with you and put you on the hot seat, Wolf. Wolf, here's the thing when it comes down to it. They announced the pre-orders are going live next week, right? I think it's June 25th. But a lot of people are asking right now, is this going to be the opportunity for Take-Two to charge over the $70 threshold? And I mean, you can start with however you felt when this came out. I mean, what they showed us and everything looked absolutely amazing. But do you think that this is a situation where they're going to take advantage of that or no?
Well, absolutely. I will be shocked if this is a $69.99 game.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I got to tell you, Wolf, I really think that this is going to be $70. They've already estimated like 46 million in sales in the first, I don't know what it is, week, 2 weeks, 3 days. I don't know. Like that. I'm not using the word greed here. I'm not, because they put $2 billion into it. But, I mean, do they really have to? They could have different versions. They could have a $70 standard, an $80. They can even charge you the $100 and play like 2 days early. Who knows what they're going to do? You still think they're going to do 80 for 80, I definitely 90?
See an early access version of this game of some kind. And obviously, Mooch, I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of people upset if there's not a collector's edition for this game.
I agree.
Because honestly, I'm going to try to snag one because it's going to be limited and it's going to go quick, and scalpers are going to be out for this thing because they know they're going to be able to sell it for crazy money. Same here.
I'm going to try for that too. I mean, so when you say collector's edition, statuette, steelbook, probably some other things they put in there, maybe a soundtrack or two, digital deluxe soundtrack. But do you think we're going to see anything from the PlayStation side as far as anything that they're going to collab with them?
I mean, we kind of got the marketing rights thing confirmed at this point, right?
I think so. I don't know if we've seen anything in fine print, but I think that's a safe bet. I would say that for a conversation.
So if they really do, I expect bundled consoles. It would be crazy for them not to do that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't see pro bundles. And I think that's the one thing people are going to be looking at is if they do a pro bundle. I don't see that because the way that price is already looking right now, absolutely not.
No way. There's no way that would be over $1,000 easily. And I don't think that's an easy sell. And I don't think that's worth their time and effort. I just don't see it.
Yeah, no, I don't see it either. The base console, yes, I do see some kind of bundle or something like that for launch. For the collector's edition, listen, we're not guaranteed that. We're not even getting a Wolverine collector's edition. And I think everybody was expecting that. And that was a shocker. It was like, wait, you did a Spider-Man collector's edition, but you don't do one for Wolverine of all people? Like, that was really weird. Yeah. And I get that the tariffs are probably a big thing. Shipping this stuff. Listen, Mooch, I'm the biggest Resident Evil fan. The statues that they announced, they're $230 each. I said no, thank you.
Yeah, same.
And I'm like, and I wonder if Rockstar is like, listen, unless it's getting manufactured here in the U.S., for the collector's edition, I don't know. I don't even know if they offer one at this point.
That's a great. I don't know. I don't know. I will tell you, I do hope that they do something. People have been waiting a decade for this. D, you're in now. D, we hear you. There you go, D. I gave you a great intro, D, but I know you were having some microphone issues, so that's totally fine. Wolf was just kind of going into. I thought before the entire panel got here, we get into a little bit of the GTA 6 stuff because I mean it's a big news story, and to be honest with you, I think there's still a lot of questions looming. And so that is it going to be $69? D, what do you think?
I didn't hear the last thing that you just said. I just got connected.
Okay, sorry, D. I said, do you think this GTA 6 will be $69, or is this an opportunity for Take-Two to now raise that price?
No, I think it's price.
Say again,
Your
D.
mic is kind of cut now.
Yeah, you cut out, buddy.
Can you hear me? I said I think it's going to stay that price. I don't think it's going to go up in price. I think it's going to stay.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Wolf. I'm and it's funny because I
there's
think
going to be a collector's edition, obviously. So there's going to be like $100 one that has like a safe box and like map and some crap for the game. Obviously, there's going to be a collector's edition. But yeah, I think the basic one's going to be $60. Well, I want to penetrate as much as I can.
Highlander says if Rockstar wants an easy win, make it 60. Highlander, it's not going to be 60.
Oh yeah, no, that's not. That is definitely not happening.
Unless you had a typo there and you meant to hit the 9 instead of the 0. Because I got to be honest with you, right? There's no way. Like that,
I'm going to tell you right now,
you're not getting a sale.
Capcom was the last of the Mohicans doing $60 games, and now they're up to 70. So because Resident Evil 4 remake was 60 at launch, so which shocked me. But yeah, they're not doing that anymore. I don't think 60 would be insane. Yeah,
I don't think so. I think that had to be a typo from the Great Highlander. I will say this. So Death Singer, I'll ask you this question. Because and we're not gonna harp on it for an hour and a half, but I will say this: do you think next week we're gonna two questions I should ask you, DS? Are we gonna get a trailer on the 25th when pre-orders open? A, B, do you think that they will reveal frame rates? Will we get some specs? No. I
think you'll just get a trailer. I think frame rates and stuff won't come out until Digital Foundry get their hands on it.
Really? You don't think they're going to have something out there to the press to let them know? Nope. The reason I say that is if they have a deal with Sony, if they have that deal with Sony, don't they want people to start buying consoles, especially since Sony had a really bad month in hardware last month? Well, I would think they would want that.
They might give it to Digital Foundry, though, because that's kind of Digital Foundry's thing. So I would expect them to break it.
At the same time,
you think Rockstar is giving up the goods early?
That would.
I think personally, I think that if there's a 60 FPS mode, they're gonna announce it off rip because that's the order.
That's what I'm saying.
That'll generate hype.
The analysis and all that crap. But I think if there's a 60 FPS mode, I think it's going to be known in the trailer. If they don't explicitly say it, and the trailer is in 60 FPS, then Digital Foundry ultimately will say, hey, the trailer was 60 FPS.
So, D, you know this. D, you do a lot of comparisons on your channel. So they can definitely reverse engineer, right, and take a look. But even if they were to say there was a 60 frame, it's not locked in because they don't have a bona fide version, right? They're going to use something that's already been kind of scaled down due to, streaming.
Yeah. I honestly tell you, personally, like, we pretty much know that, and Matt can confirm this, that Sony has the deal with Rockstar to showcase GTA 6. Mm-hmm. So I think the versions that we're going to see the PlayStation 5 Pro version. Because the developers, they always want to showcase their game on the best hardware. Yeah, there's more PlayStation 5 owners out there. I get it. But they're going to want to showcase the game, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Nib, what do you think, buddy? Where are you on this whole thing as far as GTA? Anything else you want to kind of comment on it? I mean, a lot of people were writing me, they're like, Mooch, with all the great news, then this GTA stuff was sprinkled on top. It's like almost like Rockstar stole the news for the week. And I said, listen, they definitely did. Okay, let's I'll never, ever undermine Take-Two and Rockstar. But I'm just trying to say to you that I think that this is there's still a lot of questions.
They showed so little, too.
Nothing,
they showed
really.
Just like the art cover. And that little 10-second clip
that
of the
pan
city,
out of the city.
They haven't showed much in the way of gameplay, but they have shared a lot of screenshots. I think 100 plus screenshots, right? But to be honest, they followed the same kind of game plan that they have with every Rockstar game. They always do this. They always do share very little. You know, they have built up that repertoire that they don't need to really show anything, because you know whatever you're going to get is going to be, you know, cutting edge, state of the art, highest production you can possibly get. So that's why, you know, on this whole like $80 thing, I'll be honest, I have no idea. Like, they could go either way, right? It genuinely feels like they could go either way. And if any game can justify charging $80, it's this one, right? If we're honest.
Yes.
That there will be no more expensive gaming media that we play this entire generation. Not even close. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I'm there day one either way. I think, you know, I can't imagine how many people end up being sick the week it releases. You know?
Oh, buddy, absolutely.
It's going to be the biggest call-out day in history.
Yeah, like, oh shit, it was a pandemic or something. Why is everyone ill this week?
Well, you know, Wolf, I'll ask you a question. We're talking about how big in magnitude this is going to be. I mean, listen, you know I love the stream. I do it twice a week. Shout out again to Blaze and Lazy. Like I love it, but I almost want to just sit back and enjoy this. I don't feel like I'm going to, as a streamer, I don't really feel like I want to stream it right away. I kind of want to enjoy the game, Wolf. Do you feel like this is something you immediately have to take the airwaves, or you want to kick back and relax and enjoy it?
I think I'm just going to record a bunch of gameplay.
Okay, great move.
When it comes out.
Great move.
Especially now that I got all my stuff set up to record in 4K now. I'm just going to do that, because here's the thing that's uncertain, unless they're just going to come out and tell us. We know the game is going to have a ton of nudity in it. Like, it's just, you can't avoid that. If they don't give me some kind of streaming option, like streaming safe option, where things are just pixelated or blurred out, like kind of how Dispatch gave you,
yeah,
I'm not streaming this game. I'm not trying to get my channel shut down.
Right. So, that's a great point too.
Yeah, so I'm not taking that chance.
Man, the thing about it is everybody's going to stream it. They cannot. I don't think they can hurt you as a streamer when they get to get everybody off
you'll
Twitch.
Get demonetized for sure with that music, unless you turn the music off. But
they might have a music option.
I'll say this right here and now: if you guys want the nudity and you want some nips, make sure you super chat and I'll stream it all.
You hear D?
That's a nice way to get your channel shut down.
There you go, D. I'll super chat you. He said. Yo,
hey, there's breastfeeding videos on X, man, on YouTube. Come on, give me a break.
Right, you know, D, you make a good point there. You really do.
You're gonna set your channel category under educational.
Educational, yes. I like that. I really do. Jesus. Shout out to the great.
I'm glad I never have to worry about this type of stuff.
Yeah, you don't have to. Well, Nib,
look, don't get me wrong. It's cool that you guys stream, but you know me, I want to be in the moment.
Listen, Nib, as much as I like it, I understand that, and I would never, honestly, I think you're just as right as anybody else that likes to stream it. There's a part of me that's saying I might do what Wolf's talking about. Just record my play as I'm going through, and then go ahead and either make videos or just upload it, it as is. And of course, at that point, you can also filter out what you don't want seen, Wolf.
But I will say, Mooch, when that online switch gets flipped on for GTA 6, I'll be streaming that day one, because I have a whole crew that I play GTA 5 with. So
absolutely, buddy.
We'll be on that day one and streaming it. So
absolutely. So it's funny.
But that's a valid point though about there's going to be it is going to be very difficult to sure.
Oh, the streaming scene will be oversaturated times 10.
It will. It will. A lot of people are saying that if you're thinking about starting a streaming channel, this is the time to do it. This is the kind of game that catapults you, gives you that opportunity, especially if you're extremely entertaining. Really good way for you to put yourself out there. It's funny. I'm excited to play GTA, but there's, and it's funny because we've been talking about it for a better part of a year. I want this to be 60 frames for all of us to enjoy, but I want it to be 60 frames because I want Death Singer on the PlayStation 5 Pro more than anything in the world. And it's not a gotcha moment, by the way. It is pure excitement for a gamer to enjoy that game and not have to wait. I want DS to enjoy that the same day I am. That's the way I feel about it. That's me. What do I know? I'm just excited for DS. DS, I'm rooting for you, buddy. That's all I want you to know. That's what this whole point of this. Shout out to C-Pix. He says, hey, Mooch, we have the New York Knicks winning championships before GTA 6. Who would have known? Not me. Not me, buddy. But I love it. Kevin Thomas, he says, Mooch, which game you're more hyped for, Intergalactic or GTA 6? I'm more hyped for Intergalactic. So You know, it's funny. People hear you say your answer and they go, "Oh, he's just a fan of." Listen, I love Naughty Dog, and to get immersed into that story, GTA 6 is going to be phenomenal. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. But GTA 6 is the gradual progression, if you will, of GTA 5. No big shocker there. But
exactly.
so am I like unbelievably going to be amazed? Yes, by the size and scale of the city and things of that nature, absolutely, and what they add But you know, no, Intergalactic is if you said I could have either of those on November 19th, I would want to play Intergalactic. That's me. I'm not taking that away from anybody else that doesn't agree with that. That's fine. But that's me. Yeah, that's an easy answer there, Kev. Okay, so you know, it's funny. If anybody else got anything on GTA 6 that I missed, or I mean, again, we only saw a pan out of the city. We do, yes, Nib's right. There's like 100 different screenshots out there. We now know that June 25th. Pre-orders go live for the digital. I think it's only digital too. I don't think there's gonna be any physical pre-orders on the 25th. It did mention digital only, I think. So you'll have that. And we talked about what we think is going to be in either collector's editions or anything like that. Anything else that you guys have on GTA 6 that you wanted to discuss? I think, you know, because I wanted to bring it up, but I'm like, you know, it's just so early still. There's so much, but so little. So much, but so little.
I'm just glad that this game is finally happening. We got a release date. We got a pre-order date. We can finally get this game. I hope the extra time that they took to get this game out, that polish shows. From what I saw from the city today, that city looks huge, man. It looks like you can go into the condos. Looks like buildings, like you're able to go into each floor and go to the condos and stuff.
Yep.
So I'm really excited for this game, and this is like a generational game, like the GTAs before it. Like this is a game that's gonna last for like 10 years. It's a game where people are gonna say, "Where were you when this game came out?" No,
that's
what
right.
were you doing it.
You know,
Also, there is something I do have to add. Good luck on winning an MPD for the next 5 years.
That's a
Yeah,
good
that game's
point.
gonna sell gangbusters.
That's kind of true.
I wish you good luck. Like that's going to be number
That's
one
true.
every single year for the next like 10 years. So have fun.
Yeah, that's
Trying to-
actually a really good point. That is a very good point. You know, I'm excited for it. We'll see what I think next week we'll even have a little bit more to discuss on it as we see what happens on June 25th. I'm sure there's going to be a trailer. There's going to be a little bit more buzz around it if that's even more possible. But I'm going to try and go in chronological order as far as news came out, and not just jump into one particular subject, because I do want to wait for the great David Faulkner, who's going to be with us in about 30 to 40 minutes. Actually, a little less than that now. He should be here in about 10 minutes now. D, I'll start with you. D, listen, we had the Xbox showcase. I thought it was a great show. Gears, I thought, showed very well. I'm very excited for that. As a matter of fact, shameless plug again, we're going to be going through Gears 4, Gears 5, leading up into Gears E-Day on Twitch. I'm excited to do the whole Gears thing with the group. My point is this. When they said these were going to be exclusive to the console, that being Gears E-Day and Clockwork Revolution, there's a lot of stuff going on. And of course, I want to also say that shout out to Matt Ball, CSO. He says, no, don't listen to what people are saying out there. This is going to be console exclusive. That's the end of the story. I don't even want it discussed. And he didn't say it. I'm paraphrasing. But I'm just saying, D, there's been so much walk back from 2013 to today that when somebody who is a newly appointed person comes in and says this, you could say, well, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, which I think is very worthy. But it's not necessarily just that one person, right? It's going to be investors. It's going to be Satya. It's going to be, Asha listening with Satya. So there's a lot going on here. A lot of people are taking to the YouTube airwaves and saying, why are you going to put this game out to fail? And I think fail is a strong word, but that's what they're using out there. They're saying you're going to put this game out there. It's not going to sell well on Xbox because everybody's going to play it on Game Pass. You've already got your Game Pass core there. It's not like you're going to get an influx of 1 million people for Gears for that. And PC's not really known for the Gears crowd. Now that could change. That everything can change. So that may be the difference maker. But D, do you firmly believe Matt Ball and what he's saying that it'll never be there? Or are you going to say, hey, listen, I actually believe Matt for today because that is the rule today? What do they say? It's what we're doing. What was the expression? It is the rule until it's not the rule. The plan until it's not the plan. Right. So, D, where are you on this whole swirling? You have people that just don't believe what's coming from the executives, and other people are like, how can you not believe the executives? You're going to tell me the executive sitting there no less than you? You know what I mean? And I see the unbalance here, but I don't blame the people somewhat questioning and scratching their head.
Yeah, they have every reason to question. First of all, it's only 4 games. This is not indicative that all the games are come.
That's
Bam.
right.
All the games came.
Starfield exclusive.
Starfield is exclusive to console. We are not bringing that to any other platform. That's going to be exclusive to consoles. Bam, it comes on the console. So I agree with the statement. It's the plan until it's not. I do take them at face value here.
Yeah.
That Gears and Clockwork is going to stay exclusive because let's just be honest. They have new hardware coming out. And in order to sell new hardware, you have to have some. I think they're going to take the hit on 2 games to see where it goes, to see where it leads. I'm not sure about Clockwork. I don't know how well Clockwork will sell. I think Gears will sell fine. I think they'll do maybe 5-6 million between the Xbox console and PC. I think PC is going to backpack them a lot, and I think they pretty much know this because Xbox gamers are just kind of conditioned not to buy their game, conditioned to rent it. So, there's that. You have a problem with the hardware that you have out right now. You know, the Xbox Series S, you guys know my feelings on that, but the Xbox Series X is a good console.
Yep.
But it's very expensive. It's more, I think it's more expensive than the PlayStation 5, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the base, yes, not the Pro.
Yeah. So you have a issue with a expensive console, so that game is not really going to drive console sales, right? It's basically going to be to appease, the people that have a Series X. I see a little uptick in the consoles probably, but not that much. Most people will grab it that have an Xbox already, or maybe they'll go out and grab an S. You might see a situation where the S upticks in sales because it's more affordable. I think, like I said, Steam guys are going to buy it. Now, if this game does not sell well, that's an if. I'm not saying it's not going to sell well. I say the opposite.
Right.
But if it does not sell well, you are going to see that game on PlayStation because they already have a PlayStation version.
That's right.
And they're gonna do a 360 just like they've done previously, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's all about dollars and cents. Now, if we're taking Asha Sharma at face value, what she said, I can't remember the interview. I think it was Fortune, and she said that, listen, we realize that we're going to have exclusives because there's very few instances, if any, where you have hardware and you're in the video game industry and you don't have exclusives for your platform. It just doesn't work, right? You need to have some exclusives, and we are committed to giving you 1 or 2 a year.
Yes,
and if the business becomes healthy, we will try to add more. So what this tells me is that if Gears is successful, if Clockwork is successful, you can expect 1 to 2 games a year. If they're ultra successful, Helix is selling out the Yahoo, then you might see 3 to 4 games exclusive a year. You definitely ain't seeing all games on the Xbox platform or Xbox Studios becoming exclusive ever again. And this grinds my gears. It's like Xbox guys have Stockholm syndrome. They just conveniently forget all the things in the past. And you just have to look at the whole Xbox landscape. They are fighting for survival right here. They finally come out and said that, listen, we're not turning a profit on it. We're not making money.
Right.
The YouTubers are making more money off of us than we are making. So there is a problem here. And if they do not turn the ship around, I don't know how you think this is a sign that you're going to get more exclusives. If anything, it's a sign that you're going to get 1 or 2 exclusives a year, and you better hope that those games perform well so you can continue to get that.
Yeah, so
I just don't get it.
So D, I'm right there with you on a lot of what you just said. Nib, the reason I'm going to go to you here is because D just, or if anyone wants to chime in, that's fine. I was going to go to Nib, but you guys, my thing is this: D put a volleyball up there. I just want to spike it down. The one thing I've been saying over and over the past week is this: okay, Gears exclusive, Clockwork exclusive, fine, totally fine with that. By the way, but if you look at the showcase, the rest of 2026 and the rest of 2027 is all everything. The Doom DLC, everything else that's coming out is going to be on PlayStation. So what I'm saying is that it falls on deaf ears a bit, right? Hear me out for a second. Right? What, Nib?
I agree.
How do you have your sales pitch to go buy an Xbox right now or their new hardware when for the next 18 months, except for 2 titles, everything else is going to be on PlayStation. That does not motivate people to go out and spend $600-$700.
No, absolutely not. So I'll say like 2 things. Yeah, one, I 100% agree. As I said, take this from someone who's pro exclusives, by the way, and who wants Xbox to do exclusives but understands the viability of it is questionable, right?
Right.
But that's not going to move the needle. Why would someone pick an Xbox to play Gears of War 1, which, to be fair, Gears of War has not been a system seller for a long time, right?
Yeah.
I believe from the data from NPD,
2 or 3, right?
From Gears of War 3 onwards, sales have basically been collapsing, right? In fact, I don't know if people know this or not, but in terms of the debut month, Days Gone, which PlayStation didn't consider a success and did not greenlight a sequel for, Days Gone outsold Gears of War 4. So yeah, just put that into perspective.
Interesting.
But yeah, so this is not that big selling game, even though it is a big title still. And then you've got Clockwork Revolution, which is a new IP, and that's the following year, right? I think, is it, or is it the same year?
No, Clockwork is 27 of some. I don't know if we have a launch date, but yeah.
And that's a new IP from, again, I can't see it moving the needle at all, especially where on the competitors' side, you've got things like Breath of the Wild, Intergalactic, Wolverine, fucking God of War, Laufey, and all of that stuff. Like, come on, it's 2 different stratospheres of sort of market penetration, right? And then on the other side of things, yes, like in terms of do you believe what these executives are saying? I've said it on Twitter, and I wasn't just rage baiting, I promise. I do believe this. I think the kind of the capacity for someone to believe Xbox executives and strategies right now is actually a litmus test of intelligence and naivety. I really do mean that, because how can you possibly buy into whatever PR Xbox is saying when they are constantly shifting and flip-flopping narratives based on, numbers, this, that, what works, what doesn't, and when their own studios, CEOs, executives, etc., are literally infighting and correcting each other and misinforming, etc. Like on the one hand, you have the Gears of War studio saying, "Oh no, this was always the plan, nothing changed." And then you've got their podcast, which has the PS5 logo, and then you've got Aaron Greenberg saying, "Oh no, this wasn't a last-minute thing," and then Tom Warren says, "Okay, so when did you decide it?" And then what's his name? Aaron Greenberg says, I was informed about it a month ago.
Yeah.
And then he deleted that tweet. And it's the same Aaron Greenberg who said Starfield was not a timed exclusive.
That's right.
Even though it did end up being a timed. The same Aaron Greenberg who said Hi-Fi Rush was a success in every metric that they measure before the studio got canned, like literally a few months later. The same Aaron Greenberg who said, it was actually Tim Dog, wasn't it? Who said, 1080p is better than 720p, right? Like, kind of what you're going to do about this? And he said, don't you know all games output at 1080p? Like the upscaled resolution is the same as native. So I don't know, and then
creative
Phil
decisions.
Spencer,
yes,
creative decisions. Phil Spencer, how many? I'm not joking. I made a video. I think it was 18 different lies or something in that one video, and I could have made it longer. That's the hilarious thing. So at this point, look, I get it. Some of these things, maybe right now, Gears of War is meant to be exclusive, but that doesn't mean diddly squat in the world of Xbox. Because if it doesn't sell well, and it probably won't do huge numbers, especially with the cannibalization that already exists on Game Pass, if it doesn't do those huge numbers, it probably will end up on PS5 at some point, or PS6 or whatever.
The thing is, though, so listen, you mentioned a bunch of the things that they've been kind of caught on, like they say in 4K, but here's my thing. If they do turn and change their mind again, at that point, I think you've lost the faith. That's why people are saying, okay, so you're sending Gears out there to die. The reason they say that is not to be rude, but they're saying is I think they have to put their foot in the cement this time and stay there. And if they do that, they really are going to take a game that looks absolutely phenomenal and leave it to kind of perish unless PC picks it up, unless PC really picks it up.
I'm going to be honest, Mooch. I think they've already lost people. I think all this is to keep the most diehard enthusiasts on board and to get them to buy into Helix, etc. It's kind of like the carrot on the stick. we're giving you just enough to keep the enthusiasts, because by all intents and purposes, Helix, at least based on what we've heard, the intention isn't that it's going to be some mass market, PlayStation, Nintendo numbers type of device, right? Type of console.
Right.
It's supposed to be this hybrid thing. I don't know what the cost is anymore. I know there's all this talk about them changing, but the point is, like, they need those enthusiasts, which is an ever shrinking margin of consumers, right? Well, we've gone from like 90 million consumers to 50 million consumers to 35 million consumers now. On the next gen, it might be even lower. So they need to keep those people on board. I think the mass market has kind of actually already checked out on Xbox. And in fact, everything that's going on right now, I think they'd only be even more checked out. Because it's like this company doesn't know what the fuck it's doing, bro. It's like, the messaging is all over the place. The results are all over the place. Like, the confidence isn't going to be there. The vision is not going to be there. Is one game is exclusive, another stuff isn't exclusive. Like, to the mass market, it's like, it's not a safe bet. I'd rather just stick with the bread and butter with Nintendo and with PlayStation.
Yeah. Shout out to the great
Mooch.
David Faulkner who's joined us. But go ahead, DS, if you got something, please.
I do. I could see Clockwork's going to do well. It's not going to sell big numbers, but it's not supposed to be. It's not that kind of game, right? It's going to do, if it sells like a good couple of million, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It doesn't need to do 10 or whatever. It's not that big of a game. I mean, they got it to be fair to them, they got it released in under 5 years, which is pretty good these days in the AAA game industry. Being able to completely flip the genre and get it out in under that time. So, pretty efficient, pretty good. So, I would imagine the budget ain't going to be all that, or as much as what it probably should be. And I think it'll do well. It'll be heavily supported on PC, but that's because In Exile is a PC studio. So, I'd expect it to do well there. Console will just Game Pass, whatever. Gears, I expect it to do well. I mean, if you look at the problems with Gears 5 and 4 on Steam, if you look at the reviews, like, people really didn't like it. But to be fair, because they've got rid of the roadie run, and like they've now got, like, you could slide in the game, you can jump. They actually modernized it.
I love what they did. I love what they did.
I think that might appeal more to just general gamers instead of doing the old school Gears thing where you just roadie run from point to point,
Right?
Shoot. So I think they've updated it to meet today's, kind of gamers. So I think it might actually stand a chance. If they kept the same formula as 5 and 4, oh yeah, dead. But they made some changes. So I'm willing to go out on a limb and say, yeah, they'll probably do pretty well. But I also think this is a test, right? Because what they're going to do is put Gears exclusive. And if no one goes out and buys it, they're just going to shelve the whole exclusive thing. I think it's just like, right, let's see if everyone's been... They handed out that form where all the people filled in, we want exclusives. All right, we'll give you an exclusive. Let's see if it actually sells. And if it doesn't sell, then you forget about it.
So, DS, let me ask you a question as a PC gamer. I was reading this, and even if it does very well on PC, right, that doesn't encourage the exclusive console bit, right? So if they see it does really good, I heard if people go out and buy Gears E-Day on PC, which is great, that's great, right? That's good for the money they make there, but that just shows that they're not buying it on console. That could also revert their opinion. What do you think about that?
It could, but it's like you're making it a console exclusive, right? So you're automatically accepting that, you're going to take whatever PC has to offer, given the fact it's not.
And there's footage right now. There's footage right now of Gears E-Day right there on screen, just so you guys can see. Listen, from me being the Gears fan that I am, the fluidity in the movement looks great. Let's be honest. Also, it's not moving at like lightning speed. Which, listen, again, that's not a critique. That's not a critique. It's just not how the game is meant to be played. But again, do new age gamers, are they still going to feel this to be a bit on the slower side? Because they were asking certain people, and I don't want to quote them because I didn't, for some reason, I could not get the audio for some reason. Chris Dring, I think, someone had asked him a question. I'm paraphrasing, so I'm not even sure, but he said something along the lines, someone asked him, do you think that Gears can bring in that new audience and this and that? And some people were saying no on the podcast he was on. So, like, is that something that you see the new generation? Now, a lot of people that are listening to this are my age or a little bit younger, and they're like, get out of here, Mooch. You kidding me? This brings everybody back to the yard. You got to be out of your mind. But I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know if this is...
It brings the hardcore back, but at the end of the day, it's
right.
Okay, it brings the hardcore Gears fans back, but it might appeal to new people because you're not locked into that roadie run. You're not locked into a mechanic that's been around since the first game. Back on the 360, like, there's been no update. It's the same problem Halo suffered from, which is you haven't updated. Like, most games update what they do. Call of Duty, for as bad as they've been over the past couple of years, they have some good ones, bad ones. At least they're changing shit around, trying to figure out, is Omni movement good? Is Omni movement not good? Should we try this? Should we try that? So, they're always trying to find the next thing. So hopefully, people will realize that now you could slide and jump, which is going to be great, because slide shotgun in someone is going to be hilarious.
Absolutely.
And I think that being there, Marcus and the boys are back. That's probably going to get some people in.
Absolutely, I agree 100%.
I would imagine next nothing. It will sell some consoles because some people will be like, "Well, I don't have a PC," and it's like I really want to play Gears, and so some people will probably do that. It'll probably be a small minority, of course.
Well, yeah, because if that's the game that's going to make them go get the console, I mean, that's I'll use conservative numbers. I'll go low end. Let's say the 650 figure plus the game. It's still it's a hefty price tag to play a game, but it is a start. It is,
but then it's like, where did all the 360 gamers go from the Xbox One? They went to PlayStation, right? And then stayed with PlayStation, so they might be like, "Oh, I like this new look for Gears."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
nope.
bear in mind, a lot of the fans that left Xbox went to PlayStation, so they probably have an affinity for Gears in some shape or form.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I could see it doing that because Gears is an old IP, of course.
I think the Steam machine is well.
Say again, D-Batch. You're cutting in and out a bit.
I think the Steam machine is a Trojan horse. I think if the Steam machine does well, I think that's another game that could potentially sell well on the Steam machine, right?
Agreed.
Because it's going to be available on Steam as well.
Yes, and I think
people can afford it.
Well, that's a great point,
Wolf.
Wolf.
The Steam machine, because that Steam machine is looking dicey price-wise.
Price-wise,
I heard somebody. I heard a crew. I don't know. It's not going to be that price. But some asshat said like $13.99.
What did he say? What? 13 what?
Somebody said $13.99.
Absolutely not.
Well, here's the thing. You see the price of the Steam Deck. I don't know.
I was thinking, honestly, Wolf, I'll go high side so that I think it gets some attention. I think you're still in that 900 to 1,000, possibly. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't
think it can't be any more than.
I can't see them going over.
It just doesn't make.
It doesn't, Wolf.
Right? It just doesn't make any sense with the kind of hardware that's in both devices and then the price points. It's like,
that's true.
What's the point of offering the handheld then? If it's got that really old hardware and you're charging that, what are you going to charge for the much newer hardware?
Yeah, that's so. Once you start using logic and you're looking at competitive pricing and what they're doing within their own in-house, but like you said with the Stream Deck, Wolf, it doesn't hold water. But listen, they'd have to subsidize. Listen, Steam is very similar in the sense that they want to make the money on the software, right? They want you to buy games in their store. So will they subsidize that price a bit, Wolf? That's the only question. That's
well,
right.
It's funny that you bring up subsidizing because even if Gears sells consoles, we know for Xbox right now, according to at least everything I've read, it's selling the hardware is not really going to do much for them at this point. And if people are playing this game on Game Pass, then that's a game not being sold. And on me personally, I just don't see those numbers going up like anything substantial.
Yeah,
even for this game.
I don't remember if it was D or it was DS that said it. Somebody said, or maybe it was a Nib. Someone said that this is kind of the Trojan horse, probably for a sense of the fact that they want to entice. Oh no, it was Nib with the carrot on the stick to keep those folks excited for Helix or what Helix may be. Wolf, that's because what you said is right. Is there going to be an insane uptick of Xbox Series X's sold? There'll be some for sure, but is it enough?
And
I don't think it's going to be a massive amount.
And God knows how this game is going to run on the S.
Well, that's D. Don't even get D started. D will start drinking on the show.
I can figure it out already.
D, you'll probably start. Don't get D drinking this early.
It's gonna run 30 FPS, and it's gonna be.
That's gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be you're not gonna see them try to sell that one. Shout out to the great Wise Old Gamer who's with us. And David, I want to get to David too. David, I know you only have about 30, 40 minutes with us. I have a couple super chats that I want to just mention out there while we're on this topic, and then I'll let these two guys get their opinions in here. Shout out to the great El Nini. He says, I'm more hyped for Wolverine. El Nini, I'm not surprised. Tarnished Gamer says, speaking of Capcom, that's great little intro. Have we all seen the reports? In this fiscal year alone, they've made as much revenue from PC that Sony has in 3 years. Listen,
of course.
Capcom's on fire right now, Tarnished, first of all. Second of all, it's a conversation that runs parallel, but I think it has a fork in the road. What do you think, Wolf?
I mean, it's common sense. First of all, there's a ton of PCs out there. Capcom has a much larger library of games on PC, and there's a ton of sales that they're constantly offering for these older games, especially the ones that are not on console. So, of course, they're going to sell more over there. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Tarnished. I see where you can make the argument, but there is a fork in the road there. I mean, there's a lot of PCs, and Capcom games is very well on PC. Tarnished comes back. He says, sounds like the same as Sony's disastrous strategy with PC. If they turn around later and announce ports again, they may do worse than they did previously. Well, Tarnished, I believe in the second part of your comment, Sony's disastrous strategy with PC, they went ahead and they kind of bought in on what everybody was saying. Oh, you should double dip and be able to be over there and blah, 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 blah. They found that it actually was taking away from their ecosystem. And if they turned the ship around, okay, and they came out with their statement today, which we'll talk about in a bit. They're going to keep their live services out there, but in-house first parties, not second-party games that they do deals with, but in-house first-party single-player games are going to stay on the platform. You always have to have a reason to have the device, right? It doesn't matter. Everything has an exclusive. McDonald's has an exclusive. Nike has an exclusive with Jordan, right? Everybody has an exclusive deal. It's what keeps you going back to the brand. Bring Light says, I don't know why anyone would believe anything Microsoft says anymore. They should just become a publisher and call it a day, for God's sake. Well, Bring Light, I got news for you. That might end up happening. I think they're trying this. This may be the one last ditch effort. He says Microsoft doesn't have one must-have IP exclusive. That's not necessarily true, but because of the last two generations and falling behind like they did on the Xbox One, where they lost 117 to 60 million, and now I think PlayStation's rounding 100, and the Xbox is somewhere in the 30s. You know, they've lost two generations. Tarnish says, and Sony can't do that. Well, I mean, I don't, apparently not, right, Tarnished? I mean, they put their games on PC, and they didn't sell well. They really didn't sell well. You know, so it's not that, can they? I think anything's achievable, Tarnished. I just don't know if necessarily.
And the sales went down when they moved the release dates up.
Right. Yeah, they went closer and closer to the release date, and it still went down. So you know, where are you with? And look what going day and date did to the Xbox brand, Tarnished. Look at it from that standpoint. If we want to talk about Sony, that's fine. But look at what it did going day and date to the Xbox brand. It made it irrelevant. You didn't need to have the console anymore. Even DS said it. He said, I expect some people to go out and buy a Series X, but let's be honest, they're probably going to buy it on PC if they're going to buy it. They're going to play it on Game Pass on Xbox.
Well,
you know?
See, here's the fundamental problem with all of this, too, and it is a matter of also optics. Xbox has been flipping and flopping and flipping and flopping, exclusives, no exclusives, this, prices. The communication is everywhere. Now, you've now finally addressed, okay, we're doing two games that are exclusive. One is Clockwork Revolution, which is a niche title, but I'm still interested in it. And, of course, Gears. How many people are going to listen to all of this crapola that has been said by this corporation and then buy a console that's $700 plus for one, maybe two games? That seems like a tall ask. And therein lies the problem. Asha said that they're going to evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. And as y'all said, this is the litmus test to see if exclusives are even feasible, but I don't think that genie is going to be caged back in that bottle anymore.
Wise, if they took all the other games we saw at that showcase and all those games coming out in 2027 were all console exclusive, this would be a different conversation. The problem is you're going to go 12 to 18 months without another exclusive. Yes, Clockwork is in there, And in all respect to DS, I know he's looking forward to it. But Clockwork is, if we're going to sit here and say that Gears might not be a console seller, Clockwork is definitely not a console seller.
Definitely not. Definitely.
Right.
There's only one game that will make people buy console, and that is Grand Theft Auto 6.
Yeah, and I see an uptick in, like I said earlier, Series S. Obviously, some people are going to buy Series X,
Right.
but people are going to hate it. I don't get it. The biggest uptick in consoles is going to be PlayStation Pro.
Say
And
that
it's
again?
crazy.
Wait, D, what was that last part you said?
I said the PlayStation 5 Pro is probably going to see the biggest uptick in console sales.
I think so.
I think
too,
it might
D,
be between that and the S.
but it really depends on what the specs are, right? D, if there's a 60 FPS mode, yes. Otherwise, you're going to see
it's over. It's over.
Yes,
Yeah.
then yes,
Yeah,
then yes.
it's over.
Otherwise, I think it's the base PS5 that gets the majority of the yeah.
But I've said it from the beginning that I truly do believe that they're going to have a 60 FPS mode for the PlayStation 5 Pro, and I don't know why it's hard to see that when we see all of the games that the PlayStation 5 Pro has a huge FPS advantage. Yes, I know that Grand Theft Auto is, a highly intensive game on the CPU, but at the same time, I truly see Rockstar really optimizing Pro. And at the very least, if it doesn't hit 60, it's going to have some uncapped mode that hits like 45 to 50.
I would even take it one step further and say this much. Say, for example, the Series X and the PlayStation 5 Pro were running GTA 6 on equal fidelity. Even then, I still believe, based off of just the lack of consumer confidence in the brand, more people will buy PS5 Pro over Xbox Series
100%.
X. Apples for apples, you guys got to understand the gravity. Like, the investment circles that I sort of are in, we're all like, there is no confidence left in this brand. Like, I know they want to reinvigorate it, but is it even feasible anymore? Or have they sort of, scarred themselves to a point where going back and rebuilding this all over again is just not in the cards anymore? Like, how many times are you going to go rebuild yourself? You rebuilt yourself once with the whole Red Ring of Death brouhaha. Then you rebuilt yourself again with the whole, TV, online, whatever. So how many times are you going to keep going in front of the consumer base and rebuilding your brand? You don't see Nintendo rebuilding their brand. You do not see PlayStation rebuilding their brand. There's a stability in that brand. When the next Mario comes out, you're going to have to buy a freaking Nintendo thing to play it of some kind. Same thing with PlayStation, single party games. So that's the thing. That's the problem. I just don't think that.
When Phil Spencer, when he did that interview where he said, like, people always say to me, making great games isn't going to turn things around.
Yes.
Right. I thought, look, at that point, he's cooked. He's cooked because basically what he's saying is an admission of failure. Like, I am not the person to bring these great games. So now I'm going to throw out this excuse making that even if I did provide you with those great games, it wouldn't have done anything anyway. Like, it's like I said, admission of failure. And even this thing with, like, he and a lot of Xbox fans always say, oh, we lost the worst generation. But the thing is, like, even Microsoft's own data, Xbox's own data about backwards compatibility that they put out shows most consumers do not actually prioritize backwards compatibility. They do not prioritize existing library. In fact, PS4 didn't even have BC, and in fact, millions of people bought remasters and remakes and stuff instead.
Yeah.
Like, they want the shiny new thing, not the old thing. And in all the Sakana surveys, when they ask what things guide people to buy a console, the number one is always exclusives. Then you have certain key tentpole, multi-platform games, and BC and existing library is like so far down on the list of things. So even that doesn't cook. Like, at the end of the day, if you did have a really, really compelling library of exclusives, and I don't mean like good, I mean sort of like potentially game of the generation defining, award-winning, the kind, your Breath of the Wild, your God of War Ragnarok, your Last of Us, they're marquee titles of a completely different level, right? If you had those kind of games and a good cadence of them, yeah, you would have turned things around. But he just wasn't able to deliver them. And they're still not able to deliver them. You know what it's been, like over a decade?
Yeah. Yeah, so, and I'm glad, let me just piggyback off that. Tarnished, and I'm going to go in reverse order here, guys. I see everyone's, Tarnished goes, Mooch, the strategy was a disaster. Most other publishers are selling gangbusters on PC. In fact, many big publishers make majority revenue. The thing about it, though, is that it didn't work for Xbox. Like, outside of a few games, they didn't sell well on, I mean, you have Forza Horizon did well on PC, right? Starfield, I think, did okay. What else sold really, really amazing on PC? Nothing. So, like, when you say, and that's day and date, Tarnished. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying they released a ton of other games, and they didn't do great on PC. So I see what you're saying as far as the strategy of them doing the delay. But it seemingly didn't work out. And why it works for some and not others? Listen, I'll give you another example. Why is it we sat here in the beginning of the show and we said, Rockstar doesn't have to show anybody anything. Rockstar doesn't have to give any review copies. Rockstar doesn't have to give any of these permissions. They don't have to do an early showcase. They can do whatever they want. Why is it one game, one company can do something and all the others can't? That's a tough answer, right? It's a tough thing to answer. Like, that's because they can do that. But why is it certain games they just don't sell that are on console that do well on PC? They don't. And I don't know why, but Xbox had that issue. PlayStation saw what happened to the Xbox brand. And PlayStation, why? Go ahead. But PlayStation they need their console. They need the console. They rely on the console being sold, where Xbox was like, we don't need the console. And that may be the case.
I think the level of polish is what sells. Forza, level of polish. I think Gears gonna be a polish. I think
absolutely
Gears is gonna sell well. I think Gears is gonna sell well. I think Fable's gonna sell well. And believe it or not, I think the Halo. I wasn't really into the Halo because it's like, oh my god, game again. But then after I saw it and how beautiful it looked, I think they need to concentrate on the gameplay and the graphics.
I think Halo's gonna do phenomenal on PlayStation.
Yeah, I think so too.
You cannot explain away the sales or lack thereof because of polish. I mean, PC crowd and Death Singer could probably vouch for this. They're accustomed to playing games without polish. They play, early access all the time, right? So that is not really the thing. Now, this past week with all this brouhaha going around and you're just talking to a couple of folks and everything.
Right.
The topic came up as to, like, if you were like sort of actually like tasked by the CEO like Satya to, just try to reinvigorate the brand, what would you do? And a lot of people have said the same exact thing when it came to Game Pass and PC. The thing is that most people who I've talked to said they would stop PC Game Pass. Why? Because PC players are used to getting stuff for a budget. Okay, you're giving these individuals $15 a month, and they get access to their full slate of first party IP. So for a PC gamer, he's going to pay $15 for 1 month, go in, play their game, and then unsubscribe. And so basically, he came out of that game for $15. He doesn't own it. He doesn't care to own it. He doesn't even care. I mean,
that's a great point. It's a great point, Wise.
So, and that's the thing. People are saying, like, if you really want to sell your games, why do you have a subscription model available on PC where you can actually
see that? And I have that as one of that's something I have in one of the topics which we can talk about right now. That's the 800-pound gorilla no one's talking about right now, is the fact that Game Pass is probably one of the reasons that they're struggling. I would think, if you said to me, Mooch, what do you really think they're talking about in Redmond? I think they're deciding whether I think Game Pass eventually, not tomorrow, not in 2027, but eventually, I really do think that Game Pass ends up being what PlayStation Essentials and Premium becomes, where you're not going to get the day and date games in there anymore, and they'll have a great library of games in there that you can enjoy at your will for a cheaper entry point than it even is now. They'll probably go back to $15 a month or whatever, $16 a month, and they'll have it there, but it won't include day and date. Will the Xbox games go in there eventually? Yes. Down the road, undisclosed time. And ready? Case by case case by case for each game.
Yeah,
That's how I think they.
You could say you could do it this way. Game Pass is great. Incentivize the people who really need Game Pass the most. The people who bought that $800, $1,000, whatever price you're going to price it at console. You can't subsidize the console anymore because these chips are too expensive. Subsidize Game Pass. You're looking for an exclusive. I know right now making these major IPs that you're putting out, these things are costing too much money. Making them exclusive now, it's kind of hard to go back to exclusives once you've already done it for Microsoft, I think. So my thing is make Game Pass exclusive for the people who buy the console. Yeah, you bought $1,000 console, but for $20 a month, you can get every game that we release day and date. And if they want to pay $30 extra on top of the $20 per month that they're paying to get 3 days early access, hey, now they paid $50. They've paid the cost of the game already.
So are you saying to take PC Game Pass off?
Take PC Game Pass off because what benefit is
not
PC
gonna?
Game
I mean,
Pass
don't get me wrong.
If there's one thing I can say here is that I don't think they're going to get rid of Game Pass. They're definitely not going to get rid of. Can't give PC guys. That'll just fucking kill them.
Yeah, I don't think taking that. I'll be the first to say this, and I think DS will be right behind me. He'll say, "Listen, there's no way that the PlayStation, the PC Game Pass is taken away."
You're charging a PC player $15. You're not charging them for internet, and they're basically buying you in for a month, playing your game, and leaving. How is this benefiting your bottom line?
I gotta say this because I looked at the numbers. Most PC Game Pass subscribers, they actually do stay subscribed because it is quite affordable. PC Game Pass is still a good value. So I don't see that happening with. I see that happening with the regular Game Pass because
then the price goes up for PC gamers.
And I think what they can do in the future is certain games. Don't put them in their day. Certain games,
right?
They're going to come.
That's why I said the strategy has to change.
Not every game, every game.
No,
but certain games 3-4 months later.
They're also spending upwards of $1 billion right now on all these third-party games that they throw in there. You know, like the new what's the one there with the rats, Plague Tale.
Plague Tale,
yeah. Plague Tale. The thing is, it's like, they'll. You're never going to get PC players to pay to play online, right? That you're barking up the wrong fucking tree.
Agreed.
Okay, so unfortunately, that's a console thing, but that's because you've been conditioned to be that way, pay to play online, right? When they first released Xbox Live and PSN and whatnot, and then they got you into it, and that's just the way it's always been. So no one's ever questioned it or marched against it. They were like, "Oh, nah, this is great." So it's gonna be that's just a console thing, but PC Game Pass is probably doing better than console Game Pass, if I had to guess. Some people are still using the Game Pass because it's great for trying out games.
But if you are a CEO of a corporation,
it's not even close, dude. Console Game Pass is way ahead of PC.
But if you are a PC gamer, okay, that means you have multiple stores on your PC. You have the Xbox store, you got this. Why would I want to give you access to my premium content for $15 a month where I know you're going to pay $15 for 1 month and unsubscribe?
Well, EA and Ubisoft still do it. I could go onto EA Origin right now, pay $15 for the month. Hang on, I gotta say this. It's like, how do you think I played Assassin's Creed, right? It's like, when Valhalla came out, guess what I did? And you know what's even better is Ubisoft puts their Ultimate Editions on the service. Not just the base game. They give you all the DLC. They give you all the expansion passes. They give you all the bells and whistles with the Ultimate Edition, which is like 120 or whatever. And they throw it on there. You pay the $15. You beat it in a month. You unsubscribe.
And Ubisoft is in trouble right now.
And those services have been on PC for ages, but that's like a tiny drip in the pond because it's like their games are also sold on the storefronts.
You seem to not understand a point here. These games, especially like your Assassin's Creeds, your Gears of Wars, your Fables, your whatever, Wolverines, these are 100, 200, 300 million plus budgeted games. Okay, the reason these games are getting more and more expensive is because the payroll, the upkeep, just the infrastructure to get this game out costs so much money. That
Well,
being
that's their
said,
fault.
no, it's not. It's just the way the economies are. And if I'm giving it to a group of people who are essentially paying $15 for something that they should be paying $60 to $70 for, then the only idiot in this whole endeavor is the CEO who's allowing this.
I personally disagree a little bit. I think PC gamers, yeah, some of them will subscribe and unsubscribe. But PC gamers, they're kind of different, man. If they like a game, they freaking buy it.
Yeah,
they're not conditioned.
I agree with that, D.
Yes.
So that they'll buy a game. Also, too, if you have a good multiplayer game that's tacked on to single player campaign, that breathes life into that title as well. And obviously, if you're hooked on the multiplayer, stay subscribed for 1 month, continue to subscribe until you're sick of the game, right? And then there's other games that come into service. So I think if they have good games service, and I think they do have good games, I think people stay subscribed more. I think at least the PC guys that I know that have Game Pass, most of them are subscribed up. They're not just doing it 1 month. The services that I do 1 month, to be honest with you, is Ubisoft and like EA, because they'll come up with a game that's new that I want to play, and then that's it. I'll play the game. There's not many other games on the service that I want or that I have or I didn't play already. Whereas Xbox, they constantly have new games coming into the service. I'm not going to dog out the Xbox Game Pass service because I think it is a good service. I think the problem is the Xbox console guys. They're really conditioned.
Okay, so D, who do you think should be paying more for Game Pass? A console Xbox player or a PC Xbox player?
A good question.
That's a good question, because if you want the online experience, the console guys they're paying more. They get the online, they get the Game Pass, but they're subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate, which also gives them access to the PC version.
But I'm buying your box. That means the only games that I can buy on your box are your games. Not like in PC where I can buy anybody's games on my box.
Yeah,
so,
but
why shouldn't they?
I could even buy their games from a different storefront, and they don't make as much money off me now.
Yeah. But you're looking at the value. You're looking at the value of all the. There's like, we could argue, about price of Xbox console. I don't think we can really argue if it's service. It's got a shitload of games. Unfortunately, it's not making the money that they need. And if you're looking at it financially wise, sure. But if you're looking at it as a service, as a gamer, it's a fantastic service.
It's a great service, but you see, the problem is this: you're charging somebody a user base $15, and then you're charging the same an analogous user base almost $10 more.
Yeah, console guys are used to it. Yeah, they're used to it. They've been programmed.
But then but you see, the 30 million plus console guys are like, well, fuck. If I build a PC, I can get it for $15 a month, and I don't have to pay these.
They're not building a PC though. I'll tell you this: I'm in the PC building. You guys don't. So others. But
is it me or is his mic keeps cutting?
I'm probably too far away from the mic.
You're either too far away, and I think you have your noise cancellation. And when you're far away, it cuts you off because you're too low. I think that's what it is.
Okay, I'll get closer. So my business this year, it took. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It took a huge hit. Thank God that it's not just my business. I sell other stuff online, and bikes and scooters and drones, computer parts, and all kinds of stuff. But like the computer building part, it's down. People are not buying PCs now. It's just too damn expensive, and my prices are affordable, man. And they still don't want to pay those prices. So it's not viable to say, yeah, guys are just gonna go out and build a PC. They're freaking not. They're just not doing it right now. This time the climate of everything with the RAM and the SSDs, it's the shittiest time possible to get a PC, and they're not doing that. So console sales and console is in a good place right now. Although the prices aren't great either, it's far cheaper than building a PC. Like, even if you want to go secondhand, the secondhand prices are trash too, because everything's inflated.
Yeah. So now that I have a second here, I have a couple of super chats, and Tarnish is making some good points here. By the way, D487 says there is a wise man on the panel. That's right, D. There absolutely is. Glinter says, remember Xbox fans screaming Sony day and date. We do remember that, Glinter. That's quieted down a bit lately. Jimmy Mack, he says the vast majority of Xbox's revenue comes from the console platform. Series Gen has been their most profitable. They won't abandon it. You know, they're not going to abandon it because we know that they're gonna revamp Helix, but they're not going to abandon the console. That's true, Jimmy. Tarnish says, now that one I already read. Tarnish comes back and says Xbox problem stretched far beyond PC ports. Xbox's problem started with the Xbox One. You didn't have a reason to purchase that console years before. Okay, Tarnished. I'll walk the line. I'll totally walk the line with you there. But that doesn't stop the fact. And here, Tarnished comes back. He goes, DS is right. That's their fault. Explain. Here we go again. This is the reason with Forza. And I mean, you know, Nib heard my frustration before Forza 6 came out. We spent the entire beginning of this generation just being like, well, come on, Forza Horizon 5. It's a beautiful game. It's a good for Xbox. It's a beautiful game. It's a good for Xbox. Then Forza Horizon 6 comes out. Well, come on, it's a beautiful game. It's a good for Xbox. It's a beautiful game. It's a good for Xbox. We got it. So there's one. That's one, Tarnished. That's one. Did South of Midnight or Kiln or anything else do good on PC?
I think he's on about something else, Mooch.
Well, no, he's saying that no. Well, I think he's referring also. Well, let me finish. He says, and it's one of the best sellers of the year. It's about what you offer. But he's not on about something else. DS. He's saying if they can do it, then anybody can do it. It's not necessarily that easy. Yes, we know that Forza did well, but Starfield I think underperformed. Redfall, let's not even talk about it. You know, I mean, there's a lot of games.
Let's put it this way, Mooch. Like, you know, you're the Zikr or whatever. He loves data, right? So
yes,
Xbox have released as many, if not more, first-party releases, right, than PlayStation in terms of console exclusives. And there's only been 2 console exclusives from them in the entire last decade that have charted in the full year Circana sales charts, right? And keep in mind, Circana is United States, and United States is Xbox's strongest market. So I'm actually doing them a favor by bringing up just the United States sales. If I brought up European GSD sales, it would be a lot worse. But just 2 games in the last decade that have charted in the annual sales, those being Starfield and Gears of War 4. So yeah, I mean, we'll see what I have a feeling Forza Horizon 6
absolutely
probably will chart.
It'll chart absolutely.
So that will probably be number 3. And just to compare, PlayStation in the same time they've had 20 exclusives that have charted, and Nintendo have had over 30.
Yeah, you know, so that's when he's saying anybody can do it. The thing is, but what I'm seeing is that Xbox was unable to do it, and when you see that, and it destroyed the platform. Shout out to Blaze 4K. Good to see him in the audience here, buddy. You know, that's what I'm talking about, Tarnish. The OA says 7 months. OA, thank you, buddy. It means the world to me. Game Pass is an absolute steal for the gamer, but it was never going to work for Xbox. And you know, so Tarnish is back. Tarnish, if I took you out of context, I'm sorry. Hold on. So he says, that's not what I'm saying, Mooch. I'm saying that's not this blanket of Game Pass means sales are bad. You offer what customers want, period. So DS, I think he was referring to your original comment. So he's saying here basically that he's not saying that this is a blanket of Game Pass means sales are bad. You offer what customers want, period. So does that mean they should have Forza Horizon 7 out in a couple of months?
Well, no, because what he said was initially was, as Dessinger said, that's their own fault. But that was in reference to when Wise brought up how much budget and stuff goes into these big AAA games. And I said, well, it's their fault for spending that amount of money because they control the dev time and whatnot. And if you take 8 years, guess what? You have, so that's what I thought you was initially on about. But for this, because only in that way does it make sense context-wise. But for this, I'm like, I mean, it is whatever they offer. I mean, like what do you want me to say?
Tarnished. That's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but I still think my point holds water. I mean, outside of a couple of games, and you just got the numbers from Nib. You know, they just didn't do well. And the games that I mentioned, Redfall, Kiln, South of Midnight, they didn't do well on Xbox either. You know, did they put out the games?
So bad.
And you know, and listen, you know, again, it's not pointing the finger at one particular game. It's a lot of them outside of, and everybody loves to go, well, come on, what about Forza Horizon? Okay, Forza Horizon did great, but you need more than one game every 4 years to do great. And they just didn't. They just didn't. And now the other thing
is anyone playing these fucking games? Is anyone in that corporation playing these games? That's my question. How do you allow games like Keeper and Kiln to come out? Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Like,
did you see the report though, Wise? D, hold on real quick. I'll give you the mic right away. But Wise, that's a great question. And if you saw some of the reports that have been coming out in the past 48, 72 hours, is when Microsoft went and grabbed Double Fine, when they went and grabbed Ninja Theory, when they went and grabbed all these smaller teams, especially the smaller teams, they said, just make games for Game Pass. Hurry up and make stuff. Like, I don't care. Just make something. They had to fill a void. You had to keep the subscription going. You guys remember when Disney Plus first came out? They had just like old Disney cartoons and a couple of, nothing. Now, hurry up and get the shit out. We got to get some stuff out. So they got some good stuff out there. Then they got some mediocre. And then they filled their catalog. So I think they were like, hey, just fill it. So Wise, to answer your question, no, they weren't. I don't know where quality. I don't mean quality as far as broken game. But I mean quality as far as, is this what your audience wants? I don't know if anybody was actually keeping their finger on the pulse there. Go ahead, D.
Keeper, and like when I saw that game, I said, "Oh man!" And that other game where you're the pot. What's the name of that game?
Kiln.
Oh, I was like, "What the hell is this crap? This is like not gonna move the needle."
I love Double Fine. They're creative and they're so psychedelic with their games, like what they did with Psychonauts too.
Bullshit. This is a what Tim Schafer did is say, look, you know what? I made a good amount of money. Now I'm being money hatted by Big Daddy Microsoft here. Let's put out the game here, this game here that's pretty easy to make. Ain't nobody really watching over my shoulder what I'm making, and I'll make it out because I'm Tim fucking Schafer, And that's what I think it is. It's like, and as what I say to folks, when I run a school. I mean, I run classes, and I'll tell you for a fact that when you tell somebody you could do whatever the hell you want to do, guess what? They don't do shit. They don't do anything. That's the problem. Or they do the bare minimum.
That may be the case, but I mean, you had something like, it's the same thing that goes, by the way, what's good for the goose, good for the gander, right? You have Sony goes and gets Bungie. The first thing I would say to them is, listen, you want to be independent, you want to throw all this stuff at me? That's fine. I'm going to throw one thing at you. Give me Destiny 3, and I don't want to hear anything about it, right? If I had Double Fine, and I was sitting at the table, I'd be like, listen, if you want to do a couple of creative projects, we need something small that your team can fill Game Pass, but I want Psychonauts 3.
Here's the thing. There is an art to making a good indie and AA game. Because it's like, small games don't necessarily mean it's going to fail. Like, look at current examples this year, right? Slay the Spire 2 decimated the charts. I think flew off the shelves. Mugenics. Tiny games, but they got a shit ton of traction, shit ton of sales. All because, one, the price was good. They're like 20 or 30, right? That's a good price for a AA or indie. That's a slam dunk price right there. Same as Hollow Knight Silksong, right? That price, that's a good price. You know exactly, you're marketing to who you're marketing to. Whereas like Keeper, you're marketing to more console players, and they're expecting a Halo, a COD, a Gears, a Fable, or whatnot, and then you're showing them this. And I just don't think there's enough people with that kind of interest on the Xbox console.
No.
No,
that is more.
But that's bullshit. Because if you are a first party developer, you have one purpose and one purpose only from a corporation standpoint, to make that corporation the best looking like the best it can. You're not going to do that releasing. You don't need to money hat. Microsoft does not need to money hat indie games, okay, or AA games. They need to money hat games that are going to bring more eyes on their platform.
Yeah,
well,
and that is a fundamental problem.
But then again, you should have known who you were purchasing when you purchased them, right? Because it's not a mystical force that suddenly all of a sudden popped out of fucking nowhere. Everyone knows who Double Fine is. They've always been the same way. So when you purchased them, you knew exactly what you were
DS,
getting.
they did know what they did, and that's the thing. I know it sounds weak to say it as a reason or an example, but they wanted them to come in, make smaller games, and fill the Game Pass void. That's exactly what the strategy was at the roundtable. And
I think what it was that I think what they wanted to do, because remember that at that time when they bought all these developers, Xbox was batting zero when it comes to internal party developers. So what they were thinking they were going to do is they were going to hire these smaller development houses that probably didn't cost them much to buy, and they're going to eventually they're going to use money, the Microsoft money, and eventually they're going to get to a point where they're going to be the next Naughty Dog or the next Santa Monica or whatever like that. And same thing with the initiative. That's what they tried to do. So the problem is that these types, yes, can a compulsion games eventually get themselves into the point where they become a Naughty Dog? But for every Last of Us 2, there was a, whatever the first game that they made, what was that before Crash? What was that game that they made before Crash? I forgot. But it takes time for a development house to come into its own. Microsoft did not have the time. They literally thought they're going to buy these developers, and these developers were hamstrung because they didn't have the money to make those types of games. And they're like, okay, well, no, the reality is they don't have the capacity to make that type of game. That is the problem.
I always thought when acquisitions happen, I thought that, these studios would stay intact pretty much. But I thought there'd be a lot of collaboration studios where these other studios that excelled in certain departments, and that studio had a deficit in that department, they would come together and share ideas. That's like how Forza Motorsport was, giving some of the technology to Forza Horizon devs and whatnot, and we would have some type of collaboration. Because I'll give you an example. Who makes Senua, is that
Ninja Theory?
Ninja Theory. Now, they make beautiful looking games.
They do.
Beautiful looking games. I think the combat is lacking.
Yes.
So you have all these other studios. You couldn't find somebody else from one of these studios that excels in combat design for games to help them out with that game to fill that deficiency that game has, because that game was beautiful. I thought even the story was pretty good. But the combat was like, it left a lot to be desired. It was, pretty much quick time events, right? Like, it was slash, like it wasn't anything crazy. And if they had nailed that, I think that game would have sold a lot better.
A lot more, yeah.
Like it's so sad to see what's going on over there.
It was so long between Ninja Theory's two releases, Hellblade 1 and Hellblade 2D. That's a good point. I think the reason I thought it felt a little bit lackluster was just that with the gap that was there, and then they were an independent team, and you watch the behind the scenes, they were like, we all huddled around, we put our money together to get some, to get dinner, and we made this game, and it was our heart poured into it, which they still did for 2. But now you have Microsoft behind you, you have all this money, the new mocap studio, all this stuff put there, and then it was just like, it was, when I say a sequel, I mean, it was just a much more beautiful, but carbon copy. And it was like, I think people wanted more. They were like, well, now you got the money, you had all the time in the world, what do you got? And they're like, how about a little bit more of the same? And you're like, that's where I think people got set off a bit.
Ironically, they wanted the Senua that they showed on the Game Fest. That's probably what they wanted after Hellblade.
I agree. I agree. I really, really do. So Glassdoor says, good competition is good. After 25 years, Xbox needs to get the F out. He says their best gen was also was the 360, and what did they do after? They decided to spy on people. He's talking about Kinect. Listen, the thing about it though, Glassdoor, is that I think if they didn't pivot, and it's not the Kinect. I understand that the DRM thing that did hurt them, so I'm not gonna play that down. But like, it was the whole like, you don't need to buy your games and you can play them wherever you want. And don't get me wrong, that's an outstanding sales pitch. It just didn't come to fruition. That happens in a lot of businesses. They're not the only ones to feel that. Tarnish says, which is why I said you give the players what they want, not what they feel like we want. We want Forza. Here we go with Forza again. We wanted Forza. The numbers reflect that. Okay, Tarnish, what else do you want? Please don't say Forza. Please. What else do you want? That's the thing. Like a lot of people saw God of War LaFay, and everyone's like, I didn't ask for that. Yeah, but guess what? It's going to sell like crazy, and it's going to be a great game.
Yes.
So I agree with what you said, but let's name something besides Forza. The OA says Xbox put cadence over quality. Tarnished has a point. Put third parties on Game Pass and make your studios do good first with their audience, what their audience wants, no matter how long it takes. Yes. And Tarnished, I agree with you on that. It's just that we have to have something else besides that. Babor says, Singer, 5070, still missing Saros, Wolverine, GTA 6, LaFay, Until Dawn, Intergalactic, Yotai, GT7, Astro, even Zelda. Then why be in gaming even without those?
No, you can't say...
No. The thing is, you don't have to care about those games, right? And for example, if I really, really wanted to, if I was really, really inclined, I could play Zelda Ocarina of Time day one. If I really wanted to, I could do that.
Legally?
That is a possibility.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay.
But it's like, I
Yes.
can literally do that. But it's like, if you make games that I don't care, if it's a game that doesn't interest you,
Yeah.
then you're not missing out on anything because you would have missed the game anyway. So it would have just sailed you by, and it is what it is. That happens to people all the time. Games sail them by.
Right. No, listen,
It's
but
like-
I get you're saying if the game is not something of interest, and Babor, you know this from listening to DS for the longest time now. Like if it's not a game that he's into, now we have found a couple of things that overlap. Nib, we're not going to get Nib started on that. Nib found a couple of games that Singer said he would play. But he's like, well, if that game is very similar to a PlayStation game, and we've gone back and forth, we're not going down that road again.
Final Fantasy is appealing all of a sudden.
Yes, Final Fantasy all of a sudden has made a comeback. Wolf.
What do you mean? I've been a fan of Final Fantasy. Like I've put like 5,000 hours into Final Fantasy 14. Like, and I will still stand on that. Final Fantasy
7
14.
in particular.
What about 7 remake, 16, etc.?
Wolf.
16 didn't try, one my jam, and 7 remake I was like, I will admit though I got.
But Rebirth looks good now, right? Or Revelation looks good now, right?
Revelation does look good, but it's like I will eventually get around to playing that.
Screw that. Are you going to play Resonance?
Okay.
Are you going to play Final Fantasy Resonance, the new HD 2D?
Yes, because it is exactly what I want. That is
Yeah.
exactly what I want. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking obvious. Well, when you saw Final Fantasy Resonance...
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, but then again, it's like you could say that about plenty of things. It's like, did you play every single game in the series? It's like, if you call yourself a JRPG gamer, and you ain't played Trails, any game, or every single game in the Trail series, I could just turn that back on whoever that might be and be like, well, you're not a JRPG because you're clearly not, because we're not in the same hemisphere. But it's like Final Fantasy VII.
No, but that wouldn't be a contradiction, because if you're like a mass consumer, obviously I'm not talking JRPGs hyper enthusiasts, but like a casual JRPG fan, they would probably be inclined to play the big kind of blockbuster JRPGs, like your Persona, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest, etc. They're not going to probably be playing the more,
Also, there's no contradiction because 7 Revelations does look good. Did I say I was playing it though? Did that come out of my mouth, or did I say it looked good? Anyone? Did anyone say I'm playing it?
So you're not going to play it then?
Good? No. Answer my question. Nah, none of this dodging and shit.
Well, no,
no.
DS,
we didn't get into that yet. We didn't get into that yet, Dead Singer.
Answer the question.
So are you going to play it though, or not?
We didn't get there yet. You kept yapping, so
answer the question. Come on, answer the.
You went off into this JRPG nonsense, which no one asked about.
Right.
Yeah, but
I'm going to need you to, because you're like intellect. Okay, intellect. And just answer my fucking question. Why is this so
but we don't
We
know.
did not get to that point yet, Dead Singer.
Are you going to buy it? Because I know with me, if I see something I think looks great, I'm probably going to buy it. Why wouldn't I? It doesn't make no logical sense.
But I think that DS, the question is that you said you said the third part.
How does it make logical sense?
The third in the series here, you said it looks interesting and you can't wait to play. That's coming to PC. But let's just say they came out and Square said, Final Fantasy, all three of them are going to stay exclusive console and to just PlayStation. You would tonight would have said, well, it looks like I'm not playing those.
No, I think it looks good, but you can think anything looks good.
No, I hear that.
Are you going to play? No, but then when I said it looks good, Wolf.
No, I thought so Wolf asked you, or someone said, were you going to play it? And you said absolutely, didn't you?
Right. No, he tried to do a gotcha, but failed on it.
I don't do that. I didn't get to my next question. You started yapping about something that had nothing to do with the conversation.
Fight.
Where? Oh, is that silence now, Death Singer?
Well, yeah, I'm waiting for the follow-up question, but then it's
there was no follow-up question. You already started asking the question as if we asked it already. We didn't get to it yet because you started yapping about something that had nothing to do with what was asked.
He was asking you about whether or not you would be playing, and Wolf, don't let me put words in your mouth, that you were alluding to and moving towards, will you be playing that third part in the series?
Exactly.
And I thought you said, I thought Death Singer even may have said, oh, it looks great. Like when you say it looks great, DS, that generally... Listen, just knowing you, that generally means that doesn't mean it'll be the next game you play, but it's going to go into your backlog of some sort.
No, because I think
I've met a single gamer that doesn't say, "Oh, that looks good," but I'm not playing it.
No,
What?
but I think God of War, Layoffs looks good. I'm not going to play it. I also think, for example, when Super Mario Galaxy came out, looked great, didn't play it. Breath of the Wild looked great, didn't play it. I can think like a Ferrari Enzo looks great. It doesn't mean I want to buy one.
That's something that's not obtainable.
Oh my god! You know what people mean by when a game looks great. Oh my god! Come on now.
If you would have said the Ferrari Lushke was good, I would have questioned that.
I'll say this.
If it's on PlayStation or Nintendo, then it doesn't constitute as a purchase.
If a game looks great, it can look great.
That's basically what you're implying.
Well, no. What I'm implying is, okay, so what am I supposed to say? God of War looks dog
You said Layoffs and Breath of the Wild.
Okay. So
that's a PlayStation exclusive and a Nintendo exclusive.
All right.
So platforms that you don't own.
Okay, so when they show me the game, right, I'm supposed to sit here and say that God of War game looks like dog shit. That's what you want from me.
No, not at all.
So
no, that's not what I'm. That's not. Use your words.
Use your words properly. The change in opinion from Final Fantasy when it was exclusive versus Final Fantasy when it's not. That's what.
No, I've always stand on my business. I like the look of Final Fantasy Revelations, but I'm gonna put at some point in the future I'll play it probably. But
now your tune is changing.
Final Fantasy, you were dogging it previously. That's what we're trying to get.
That's all.
No,
yeah,
of course I was dogging it previously, but that's because actually, when the 7 remake first came out,
let's hear this.
Shout out to Luca. When they first initially announced it, I thought they were just remaking the original Final Fantasy VII, right? I didn't think they were doing this whole new thing. And then when they announced it, it was going to be this whole new thing that does have some beats from the old one, but there's new stuff thrown in. I was instantly turned off by that point because I just wanted a remake of the original 7. But
now Revelation, you're back on it.
Did you finish remake?
No.
Okay, so you really don't know what was changed then. Okay, let's go. Let's move on, Mooch.
Yeah, we'll move on. Babor, by the way, listen, Babor goes, sorry, guys, I couldn't help myself. Babor, you definitely can help yourself. You always do that, Babor. Shout out to the great Babor. He's here with us. I do have a couple more. Tarnish says you can emulate Zelda for one. Number 2, yeah, but Tarnish, come on. Number 2, everyone doesn't have the same taste as you, and I'm tired of people acting like there's something wrong with that. There's nothing.
He actually has a point there.
There's nothing wrong with that, but you have to.
No. I noted it. I noted it on Twitter. I noticed this.
It's just a consistency. That's
all it is.
I just noticed on Twitter that there is a cult mentality, right?
Final Fantasy Remake sucks. Final Fantasy Revelation multi-platform, amazing.
But if
Assassin's Creed Shadows, amazing. So hyped. Got Yote, not interested in that.
Yeah, it is interesting. That's the consistency is.
There is a pattern here.
Souls, man. Elden Ring, woohoo!
Yeah, but it's like the context is completely missing. You're just running your mouth off with no context for anything at all.
No, it's not. Like it's like we said in the last episode, right? You were like, I like RPGs and stuff, and then when I said, okay, so why were you so heavy on 360? And you said the primary reasons was Gears, Forza, and Halo. neither of those are RPGs.
Yeah, but
So
then
I
you
was like,
completely-
obviously
yeah,
it's
but
not the
then-
RPG thing
But then
then, right?
again, you completely missed the context. And this is the thing. It's like, I can hear Wolf. Yeah, keep doing it because you're a pony cocksucker too. So let's not deny
Oh,
that.
so now we're getting disrespectful. and personal
Come on,
over
DS.
video
We're
game
just
opinions.
talking,
He
guys.
knows.
We're just
He knows.
And
talking.
you've lost this whole thing. Like you just completely went left on this whole
No,
conversation.
I'm just saying. What,
Oh, you're just saying what? You're
Yeah.
getting personal with me now, that singer. I haven't called you a single word.
Listen, it's
let me just-
RTS.
You are losing-
and
you
are losing
RPG
your
like
composure.
Halo, Gears, and
I just wanna-
Forza.
You are
I love
straight
that.
up losing
wanna
your
interject
composure
real
now.
quick here. I think I honestly I understand not everybody can afford all the listen, but I think as a gamer, as a true gamer, you should never limit yourself. I know I own a Switch. Do I play my Switch 2 all the time? No, I don't. But for that 1, 2, 3 exclusive games that I want to play that I can't play anywhere else, it's worth it. You know, I have a PlayStation 5 Pro. I have an Xbox Series X, although I don't really play it anymore because I play those games on my PC. You know, I have a PC. I have a handheld. You know, I enjoy good games, and I can prefer.
D-Batch, I have a PC sitting right here too.
I could prefer a platform over another platform or a developer over another developer. One thing that I will never ever do, and you'll never catch me, is not giving credit to a good game. A good game is a good game, no matter the platform. Now, of course, there's some games are subjective, and you got some little small, dinky, smaller titles that I don't feel for. But there's certain games that are just undeniable. And I'll say this to you, Death Singer: stop selling yourself short. You should pick up a PlayStation. You don't have to like everything about PlayStation to pick up a PlayStation.
I need the reason
because they got some. There's some
And it's
freaking
not funny
fantastic
'cause he
games on
spent-
there
Yeah, there's a
that you
there's a
can't. They
bunch of
spent
them.
Over
you can't get
£4,000
anywhere else.
on skin.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
It's
That's-
not money.
No, but it's but also it's like, didn't play Demon Souls, but he loved Elden Ring. Elden Ring was my first Souls game of all time. I have no history with the franchise.
But you can
so
play-
when I see Elden Ring, it's my first step in. So how the fuck am I supposed to love Demon Souls and Dark Souls if I've never touched the franchise before?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
then how are you
That's
ever
the
going to
point.
touch the franchise if you have all this PlayStation
Yeah,
hate and you
exactly.
never get a
I
PlayStation?
don't-
You don't
I don't
try
have-
it.
I
You
don't
gotta
enjoy
try.
these games to know what you're talking
Yeah,
about. At
I
least
don't
try
have-
those games and say, okay, you know what? I tried them and they're trash.
Yeah.
But to not try them at all.
So
and
that's
just-
the thing. This
that's
isn't.
not
I know this is going to upset a lot of people. This isn't necessarily to you,
Oh,
but
boy.
generally we're gaming enthusiasts, right? All of us in here, right?
Yes.
But really and truly, let's be honest. Like, if you can afford it and you're really truly a gaming enthusiast and you have the money, you would have all the consoles. You would because why would you deprive yourself of some of the best gaming experiences of all time? You wouldn't.
That's
No
your
one-
opinion. But
No
that's-
one would do that. No serious gamer would do that if you have the money, right? Because yes, maybe your tastes are a certain way or a certain
Which is
but
fine.
you'd at least want to try it.
yeah,
You'd
that's
at
the
least want. It's like if someone said in this restaurant, everyone's saying this is the best fucking meal. This burger is the best burger I've ever had.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't always eat much burgers, right? But you're thinking, do you know what? Every one of my mates, and I do eat meat, right? I do eat meat. All of them have said this is the best spot for burgers in the whole of the city, right? I'm going to go to it. Even if I don't usually eat burgers, I'm going to try it because there's that much adoration around this particular thing, right?
Yeah,
And
but
it's like,
But that's nice. That doesn't sell
There's
me.
there's no point.
No, it's
I
no.
don't even know why you're going on.
It doesn't sell me on the idea of it because it's not something I'm going to play because obviously limited.
I think that singer, what I get from it is you have very narrow taste in gaming.
No, I have very.
And I know you like things that other people don't like. I get that. But it's still within your niche.
No. I have very wide taste.
But
It's
DS,
like,
let me
not.
DS, let me give
You
you
don't
a
have
help.
a PlayStation or a Nintendo, two of the
DS.
biggest gaming platforms that make two of the best games
No,
in the industry.
Nib, hold on a second.
No. But that's an opinion. But then extremely wide taste is like, it's a very wide, especially when I'm playing stuff like shout out to Slay the Spire 2, shout out to Mugenics, that probably half you ain't even fucking touched. But whatever, expand your horizons, increase your genres, right? But it's like, obviously, RTS games, yeah, you get 4X.
But I'm not talking about games within the sphere of like the tribalism of PC fans, of PC fandom. I'm talking about beyond that. Because Slay the Spire is like a hit on PC, right? So obviously you and your Discord group would play that. I'm talking about the scope of interest beyond your tribalistic platform. Like me, people say I'm a PlayStation fan, right? But my game of the year every year is filled with games from Nintendo, Xbox, all platforms, right? So no one can say to me I'm that tribalistic that I'm not experiencing greatness from everywhere I can, because I'm a true gaming enthusiast. I want to play pockets of greatness from every avenue I can, not just limited to one platform.
Honestly, look, we're all but look, Singer, all of us here are adults. Okay, we all have jobs, we all have other responsibilities in life. Okay, that being said, yeah, that like back in the day when we were in the schoolyards, it was Sega versus Nintendo. Why? Because our parents were buying us the consoles, and we were either stuck with one
exactly.
or
right. Yeah, basically, yeah.
You know,
but you have to provide an experience that I want to play.
I have no problems with you saying, okay, hey, guess what? You know what? I don't like Breath of the Wild. I'm not a Zelda guy. Fine, but if your choice of game is contingent upon the console on which it's running, then I question that, right?
No,
like
my choice. I
don't like your type because it's on PlayStation.
No. But it's not contingent on the console. PlayStation can perfectly well make a good fucking RPG. Guess what? They choose fucking not to. So if you choose not to,
but Death Singer, they make a great platformer. They make a great hack and slash. They make a great, they make all different types of games. Like obviously, something like Saros doesn't play like something like fucking God of War, right? And Astrobot doesn't play like these other games, and GT7 doesn't play like. So when people say that, as if PlayStation doesn't make a multitude of different genres. Imagine Nintendo, right? It's not just bloody fucking Zelda, dude. Animal Crossing, Poke or whatever it's called, Pokemon and Smash Brothers and Mario Kart.
Nib, hold on a second. Listen, I want to just say something real quick because DS, because I'm going to get in trouble from Tarnish. Tarnish, listen, first of all, you don't have to be DS's dad, okay? He's sitting here, he's like, let him finish. Death Singer has had the mic. We know the reason you're hearing people say DS. Let me comment is we know where DS is going to go with this. He says a lot of times this is not the genre I like. Which, by the way, he has every right to say this. It's not what I like. The thing that's in question, Tarnished, and that you're hearing the panel continuously kind of interrupt is because he's going to say that's not the genre that I like. I don't care for this. But my point was, and I think where this started from, thanks again, Babor, is the fact that we said if the Final Fantasy VII series were to stay exclusively on PlayStation and PlayStation only, then the Death Singer would have been like, F Square Enix, F them, I'm not playing it. Now that it's gone on the PC, he's like, I'll take a glance at it. I'll consider it. Looks great. Now it looks great.
Gone from,
it's going to be.
Why did they change it? Awful. It actually looks really great.
So now it looks great. And I'm not DS. Again,
you have to accept that they did that though. But then also at the same time, it's like, for some apparent reason, right?
But you only accept it when it turns multi-platform. You understand the contradiction.
Shout out to all the other hardcore gamers. Shout out to Kofi. Shout out to J-Main. Shout out to Slow-Mo. Shout out to Lucas. Shout out to Forte. It seems to be only Pete, the regulars on this panel.
But they play everything. Everyone you just shouted out plays everything.
Yeah.
I see exactly where you're going with, but you still haven't told me why you avoided Final Fantasy VII Remake. You still don't know what was changed. And then you got personal on me, dude.
Yeah, let's not get personal. That's true. We're not going to get personal. That's right. No, Wolf, yes.
You got triggered. You got cornered. That's why.
No, I'm not cornered.
Like, holy crap, dude. Like, who are you?
Everyone.
He said you suck PlayStation.
Well, listen, DS back in the.
There's me trying to
hold on.
Nintendo like that.
Hold on, go ahead, DS.
I could get really bad on here, but this is Mooch's show, and I'm not about to do that.
I appreciate that.
Let's analyze this. I want to ask you, why don't you like PlayStation? Seriously, why don't you like PlayStation?
They don't like the type of games I like.
That's his statement. That's okay. D. He said that for a while.
So hang on. So I hate PlayStation, but I went out of my way to buy a PS4 to play Persona 5 Royal, but I hate PlayStation. Why did I go out of my way to buy a whole different console to play a game? If I hate PlayStation.
I think sometimes we have a bias just built into us where, it just won't let us. Like for me, I can have opinions on stuff, but when it comes to tech, I've made like this stupid oath to myself. When it comes to tech, I'm always going to call it like it. even if I don't like the damn product, if the product is a good damn product,
I was shocked when I watched D's review of the PlayStation Portal, and he liked it. I was like, wow, wow, D's saying this is a good product. I was like, holy shit.
That's when I was a hardcore Xbox
yes,
guy, Mike.
yes, that's right, D.
In my comments, when people slate the games of other platforms, right? I always say okay, what's your game attack? Or what's your PSN? And they go quiet as a church mouse. Because 99.9% of the time, the ones who are the biggest haters, it's basically out of tourism. They haven't actually played the games. They're slating. And if they had played them, they may have changed their opinions.
Also, before I was cut off, right? What I was going to say was, it seems Luca, Forte, Slow-Mo, Blaze, everyone in the community, most of these people, seems to understand where I'm coming from, because they understand me. They've known me for years. They know my taste as a gamer. And they're like,
I'm sorry, are they everybody? Why do you keep bringing them up?
Well, no, but
no, and also they may not have interrogated you in the same way.
Yes, they have. We've had huge arguments in the Discord about it.
How is Gears, Forza, and Halo RPGs and RTS?
We've had big arguments about that.
Answer the question, dude.
Just move on. This is not going to go anywhere. It really is.
So what I'm saying is, you bring
fucking circle.
It tells me is they didn't ask the correct questions, right?
Okay,
because it's not down to preference of genre, is it?
Fuck's sake! Of course, we're going in the circle because I say this shit every month.
That's what I'm saying. I try to go around.
No.
This is your life.
I have to address this. We go around in a circle every fucking time because the same fucking people always ask the same stupid question that I asked the same fucking answer to the week before, and everyone's like, they're asking you the same fucking question, and I'm sat there and I'm like, I know they ask me every fucking week.
But DS,
I
asked you a question. I asked you a question today. You got quiet on me. So
every week there's a new contradiction. It doesn't make any difference to me.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
I'll just say this, Death Singer. You're entitled to your opinion.
Absolutely.
And whatnot.
Absolutely.
100%. But I will say this: you are missing out.
And not just that, but DS.
I'm enjoying what I'm playing.
The reason the same
you're
question.
Regardless, you're missing out.
Hold on, D. Hold on. Before, and you're right. D's right. But listen, here's the thing. Death Singer, the reason that the question keeps coming up is because Nib says contradiction. I'll say it differently. You crack the door every time someone asks you a question, and it changes, and it doesn't change in your favor, and you don't realize that you're actually incriminating yourself. You should plead the fifth. Like you literally keep incriminating yourself. You are asked the same question because people are scratching their heads on the panel, being like, "Wait, didn't you just say that you only like that, but you like to play the game that you say you don't like on PlayStation, but you'll play it on Xbox?" You crack the door. I'm not saying what you like is what you can't like. That's what people are misconstruing that are like tarnished in them. Like, let them finish. Tarnished. I don't know if you're new to the show or you've only been here for a few weeks. Yes, you're totally within your rights to like what you like. But then when you're like, I'm going to play this game, but 3 weeks ago before it was announced only on PlayStation, you're like, no interest at all. That's where people are like, wait a minute, what's happening here? And to tribute like D, what D's saying in a real positive manner, DS, is that someone told me this a long time. I remember I said years and years ago, I was like, I'm not playing that game, blah, 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 this and that. And they're like, don't knock it until you try it. All you guys that are Mooch fans in the chat know that. People used to give me shit for that. Like, don't knock it till you try it. And they were right. Listen,
How's Crypto Desert, by the way?
I didn't get there yet. I'm playing now.
Oh,
listen,
no shit.
Wise, listen. Wise.
You'll be sinking all your time into that one. That's why I haven't even fired it up
yet. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. But Wise, here's the other thing that I will say to you. Shout out to Blaze, right? I used to make fun of what? Battlefield all the time. And I just didn't like it. Last Battlefield I really played was like Battlefield 4. And it was okay, but they had a lot of problems at launch. And I've been pretty down on Battlefield. I played Battlefield 6. People are like, Mooch, give it a chance. Try it out. I think they made enough improvements. This and that, blah, blah. Great. What about all the people that say, I don't like Gears because it was too slow and too sluggish? Now they've made changes. Should they not go try it? Because they made change. Try it out. See it. Don't knock it till you try it. I think it's one of the greatest expressions you could probably say to anybody in gaming. So it's like, listen, if you're saying monetarily you're okay to get it, I don't know why you wouldn't have. You have the Xbox, or you don't have an Xbox anymore, but you can play Xbox games on PC. But you play your Xbox games on PC, and you have your PC games. And there are certain games on PlayStation that would, I think, fall in line with you, whether they do or not. I don't Nip saying, why wouldn't you have that other console to experience? D saying, why wouldn't you experience that? And it's just like, no. And then when that game does come to PC, then you'll play it. But it's like but you
How
were
games announced like a state of play, like for example, Lost Soul Aside came to PC, but then it's like you think of September, right? In just terms of genre, right?
Yeah.
You have Western RPG with Blood of Dawnwalker, right?
Mhm.
You have Dawn of War 4,
right.
mega, been waiting for that for years. It's
Yes.
been like 10, 15 years since we had a new Dawn of War, mega strategy game hit, real time, of course. Then I have Fire Emblem, Fortune's Weave, which of course is a tactical RPG. Then I have Trails in the Sky second chapter, which is a JRPG. And then it's like that's my September right there. That's 4 very big games that I guarantee you after people ain't going to give the time of day to because they're too busy playing other games. But it's like that's just what interests me.
Yeah, but you have an outstandingly large backlog, right? And in that backlog, there's certain games that you might want to play that are on Nintendo or PlayStation. And that was where we are. I want to move on from this, and I don't like the.
Yeah.
I've said this for about 3 months. I don't like the DS. This is your life. All I'm saying is that when you do get asked the question, DS, you crack the door to allow the criticism because you'll say I won't play that game. I have no interest in it. Then it's announced for PC, and you're like, love it. Can't wait.
To be fair, the only game that ever announced off PlayStation that went to PC that I actually tried was Horizon Zero Dawn. And that's because everyone was telling me it's the only RPG. It's an RPG. It's an RPG. Play it. So guess what? I got it when it was on PC. I played it, and it just didn't hit.
That's fine.
And I was like, okay, so that is the
that's
closest
fair.
game PlayStation has ever
That's
made.
fair.
It didn't hit for a lot of people, though.
Yeah, but
That's okay.
Hit for me.
It didn't hit for him, and I get that. Tarnished again.
There's going to be hits and misses,
right. Tarnished. I don't
they're
think
not all misses.
he says he has certain bias. Then
realistic
what's wrong
here.
with that? Everyone on the podcast has bias. You just rag on DS because that Tarnished. You're not.
No, it's not the
That's
same
not
though
it.
because
Tarnish, you're not
say we have
listening.
our
That's
preferences,
fine.
we actually experience all the platforms.
Yeah, there's games.
We are multi-platform.
There's
gamers.
I'll
games
give you
that
guys an
I don't
example.
like.
J-Dub, biggest pony out there. But you know what? This guy, he has his Xbox and he plays his games. He plays his flight sims. He plays his Forza. He plays his certain games on Xbox. So he can still enjoy an Xbox game, even
That's
though
right. He does.
the
And
PlayStation
Jay's
platform.
one of the biggest PlayStation guys out there. If you guys don't know, and he'll still boot up his Xbox and play the game on Xbox. It's like that's the
I
thing.
play practically every tentpole Xbox exclusive, and in fact, it is actually my gaming dream. I mean it. I genuinely mean it. It is my gaming dream or aspiration for Xbox to finally have an exclusive that I can say, yeah, that's my fucking game of the year. Like, that had such an impact on me. That is actually topped everyone else. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, last year, my game of the year was Expedition 33. I know it was on Game Pass. That's how I played it. But it wasn't an Xbox game, right? But if they had made that, or if that was an Xbox game, trust me, I would have been over the moon.
No,
nobody
get
wants their platforms to. I mean, besides actual fanboy zealots, like in truth, we all want all these platforms to be firing on all cylinders, right?
That's right.
Because again, we're multi-platform gamers. We wouldn't want amazing games.
But also, Nib, what advantage would we have to want the demise of one of the big three? Like, what
it would be so
it would
bad for
affect all of
PlayStation
us.
consumers. Yeah,
we would be shooting our own selves in the foot.
exactly. By shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
Competition is good for everyone. Like literally.
I mean, of course, I wanted E-Day to come to PlayStation, but guess what? I'm going to have to fire up my PC come October, so I don't have a choice, but I'll still be playing it.
Right. It doesn't change. That's the thing. The platform doesn't change the want to play the game. That's what we're driving home, Tarnished. I don't think you understand it. He says, I think Black Myth Wukong looked great. It's a technical marvel, damn near. I didn't want to play it, though. I don't care who thinks that's strange. Nobody thinks that's strange, Tarnished. Nobody thinks that's strange at all. And nobody thinks that if DS doesn't want to play Black Myth Wukong, that's not strange either. You're missing the whole point. The point is what Wolf just said. Wolf said, listen, I thought, we all were under the impression that that game was going to come to PS5. It's not. Does that mean now that it's not on PS5, which is Wolf's preference to play, that he's not going to play Gears? That's not the case. No, he's moving over to the platform that has it. That's how exclusives work. That's how things work. That's why Xbox is doing this, Tarnished. Okay, that's the whole point. I don't understand. Again, I understand where DS is coming from, and I'm well aware of what he likes and doesn't like. What we're saying is expand your horizons and sometimes
But
he's
the thing
willing
is, my
to.
horizons are super expanded because I play tons of genres that no one else does, and I know that's a factual statement.
But you know what? So DS,
because half these games only sell under 1 million,
right?
And I know, and I'm like, I know for a fact the majority of people on console did not buy a fucking thing of this, but I thoroughly enjoyed the game, but people ignored it because for whatever reason,
That's
your preference.
so DS. Guess
it
what?
didn't
You're
fit
right.
your art style,
DS,
whatever. And
you're
the
right.
thing is, as I've always said when I go into
What
a
does sales
showcase,
have to do with this?
you need to show me a game that I'm interested in. I've said this multiple times in the showcase.
Look, yes, if nothing from Nintendo and PlayStation interests you, I'm sorry, your tastes are narrow. Doesn't matter what you say.
No sense.
Doesn't matter how many quirky games you play in your tribalistic platform. Your tastes are narrow, dude.
No,
if two of the biggest publishers in the world, right,
gaming,
who make some of the highest quality games in the world, nothing from their platforms interests you. Again, your tastes are narrow, bro.
In gaming, we would say you're not cultured.
Yeah, 100%.
No, it's not cultured. No, hang on. Now, I have to address this taste narrow thing because you know that's complete horseshit. And you're spinning that because you're trying to push whatever the fuck you try to push. Because
bro, you literally are two of the biggest major players in the entire industry.
Yeah, there's hundreds of genres. Narrow your taste. Okay, how narrow your taste? Let's see how narrow your tastes are. Lift every single genre that you're interested in. It's like there's tons.
I've played every genre, literally every genre.
So, okay.
Every genre.
Yeah, okay.
No,
but I think again, DS, what you like is totally within your taste. That's not really what people are kind of saying here. It's just that you've said you like certain games and then you don't like those certain games on a different platform. You are right. There's certain games
like them on the different platform. Nintendo offers me more games that I'm interested in than PlayStation does, and that's because Nintendo offers me Xenoblade Chronicles and Fire Emblem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's no fucking surprise, right?
No.
Those two games would interest me.
Yep.
So guess what? I play those games. Does that mean I hate Nintendo? Do I think Nintendo's a shit company? Yeah, I do, but I still buy their games. See, that's the thing. If you offer me the games, I'll go to your platform. It's not like I'm
gonna play more than RTS, brother.
No, I play more than RTS. I play
JRPG and RPG. He does. I mean, look, his primary platform was for Gears, Halo, and Forza. So obviously those are not the platforms that sell him on a particular platform. It just is right now in this moment. It's a convenient answer, but clearly that wasn't the primary motivator in the previous generation.
And if I'm really tribalistic with just being on PC, I wouldn't be interested in Nintendo's games, right?
But yes, let me ask you a question. Okay, honest to God, you say that the PlayStation offering right now is not up to your fancy, and that's fine. We're not saying that. My question to you is this: what can PlayStation? You know what PlayStation makes, generally speaking. What
can make The Witcher?
What can they release as an exclusive that you're like, well, screw it, I gotta get a console just for this game?
They need to make a damn good RPG. And they have very talented studios, so I know.
Not narrow though, yeah. Narrow tastes.
Not narrow taste, but that's what I want from them. Nintendo gives me that. Why can't PlayStation give me that? Nintendo's perfectly capable. I mean, why can't I expect the same off PlayStation? Nintendo.
It is what it is. Let's move on. Let's move on.
But you don't have you get the games on PC, right? The Nintendo games. You don't have a Switch.
No, I have a Switch.
Oh, you have a Switch. Okay, fair enough. All right.
Yes, I have a Switch. I have a Switch and a Steam Deck, and that's because I enjoyed playing. That was the big thing back at Shout Out to Ash and Luca on Scumcast. That was the big thing back in the day. It was that I played Nintendo games because I enjoy Xenoblade Chronicles and Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem Three Houses was a fantastic game, and But the thing is, Nintendo just so happens to make a couple of games I like. Doesn't mean I like all their games, but then again, there's stuff I really dislike. I blanket across the board. I don't like the action adventure type of games. I skip Control. I skip Resident Evil. I would
just say be cautious on saying that, because until you've played them, you actually don't know that. You said yourself, right? You never played a FromSoft game, and you loved Elden Ring. And there are action adventure games you do enjoy, like Assassin's Creed Shadows, etc. So I would just say, just as a general rule, we don't know. We don't know. Sometimes something might seem outside of your way. Like, what's that game where you like have the sheep and the colt and stuff? What's that game called?
Battle of the Lamb, great game.
Battle of the Lambs, yeah. Because I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to like this game. Played it, but it looked quirky, right? And the reviews were decent. The impressions from people who I knew were playing it gave it a go, loved it. Usually, it might not be the kind of game that I play, loved it. So sometimes you just have to move out of your wheelhouse and
there's a lot of games releasing and a lot of games that are right up my street right now. So of course I ain't got time to play other things when I want to play the games that I want to play. It's like when RE9 came out, I was like, okay, I'm too busy playing this, so I ain't got time for that.
Nib, I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult for you, Nib, but we're gonna move on from this. Hold on a second. But I have
please. I wish you'd moved on.
I've been trying, but
it wasn't gonna go any other way.
Nib, you were pulling a Columbo. You were like, one more thing. And I was like, okay.
Yeah,
just one more thing. Oh, let's move on, please. I have a lot of super chats here. I'm going to kind of breeze by a bunch of them. I do appreciate them, guys, but I don't want to start the whole thing all up again. Shout out to Tarnished and Babor. T-Rock, T-Rock. Yeah, God bless T-Rock. Tarnished says, I'm trying to say this, that was where he was defending DS there. I went over that. The Gaming Ledger, he says, you can have a preferred platform, and last I checked, it's not illegal to play on other platforms. Shout out to T-Rock. He says, Tarnished wants to change Singer's diaper. Shout out to T-Rock again. Danelle Brown, I'm going to try and give this the abbreviated version. He says, He meaning DS, wants to only play games that he can enjoy visuals from. That is not what he wrote, but I'm going to go ahead and make it PG. Zigzagging, who takes a jab at me, and then I thought I pretty much put him in his place in the chat. He says, Mooch is hetero gamer. He goes, we don't want to try nothing that Xbox is offering. Buddy, Zigzag, welcome to the channel for the first time in your life. Buddy, I play Gear. I'm going to be playing Gears on Xbox and buying it on Steam for support. Played Forza Horizon 6, put 40 hours into Avowed, okay? Tried Redfall, that wasn't my bag, okay? Bought Starfield and played it on Xbox. Zigzag, how much more do you want to go down the list here? Halo, I've beaten all the Halos 100 times over, and I'm going to buy it again on a PlayStation and maybe even Steam to support. So Zigzag, thank you for the super chat, but boy, you win the You're Wrong for the Year award. So shout out to Zigzag, everybody. Thank you. The Span, like the name. Gentlemen, why are we talking about taste or culture when we are talking about video games? They are video games, people. People, what you want, who cares? Or play what you want, who cares? Span, I'm with you on that one. All right, we'll move on to the next thing. So listen, while we were talking about all this stuff that was going on, the one thing that was brought up was Ninja Theory. Okay, and the one thing about Ninja Theory that is interesting was they were a purchased company back when Microsoft first bought some of the smaller ones. I don't think that they really cost a lot to keep the lights on, but when you're not producing, D, you even said it, I think Hellblade 2 kind of let a bit of people down for reasons, and we named a few of them. But now, and guys, please correct me. Nib, you might have some of the literature here. I was kind of hoping that, by the way, David Faulkner, he's working. He's in Australia, so he's in the middle of his workday. He goes, Mooch, I'll try to jump in and out when I can. Shout out to David. But the thing that's going around right now is that Microsoft showed off Senua, and of course, it's going to be on PlayStation, Xbox, PC. But then we find out that they're going to, they want to, shutter them down. And then we're hearing that maybe they're fighting for their independence. And we're hearing that maybe they showed Senua off almost as a sales pitch. Like, how do you take that as a fan of the brand and seeing what they're doing to Ninja Theory? Probably, you think that they bought in on that?
I think they were aware of it, but yeah. I think this is diabolical. And it just shows you that they don't give a shit really about the consumers, man. Because why would you dangle that carrot there to Xbox gamers when that game might never come out?
We didn't even know it existed before the showcase.
No, we didn't. And you announced it for the PlayStation 5, which I used as an argument online because people were like, "Oh, these games were announced before the leadership change, and they couldn't do that." I was like, "Okay, what about Senua? That game, we didn't even freaking know about that game. They announced the end date for PlayStation."
Yeah,
but
that's a shame.
With that being said, honestly, you can't blame gamers for not being optimistic or believing what these guys are saying. I think that's a really bad look to be shutting down that studio and you show that game. You should never have showed that game. You should never have showed it to gamers, maybe show it to investors, whatever you guys do behind the scenes, whoever you want to spin that company off to, sure. But to the gamers, you should never have done that because that game has a chance of never coming out. I don't know, man. Because if they sell off the company, there's obviously going to be some delays on that game. And why would you show that game if that company is on the chopping block? It just makes no sense. I'm trying to wrap my head around
I don't think
maybe some of you guys can explain to me because it makes no sense to me.
You don't think it's uncommon, Wise?
A lot of the stuff that they've been doing in the last week doesn't make sense.
No, but what they did was not uncommon for a corporation. I don't see why everyone is up in arms about what they did. I mean, look, Ninja Theory knew the writing was on the wall for a long fucking time. Let's take inventory of what this company has done since purchase. Since purchase, they announced Project Mara and canceled it. They announced
holy shoot, I forgot all about that.
They released Bleeding Edge, and then they released Hellblade 2, which for all instances and purposes was a really impressive UE5 tech demo. And this is what they did with all the Microsoft money. Like, really? Like, what are you doing? Like, the common sense thing is, look, yeah, you made Enslaved, Journey to the West, and Heavenly Sword in the PS3 era. Those are games. This is more like you were talking about, oh my God, we are so cognizant of people going through schizophrenic episodes and we wanted to say, like, no, it's still a game. You need to make it fun. You know, like we were wondering, like, why didn't you play into those voices? Like, have an open world game, have the gameplay analogous to Senua, and those voices can, if you follow one voice, it will lead you to one part of the map. Follow another voice, you go to another part of the map. That seems like a fun game that plays into all of that. What the hell were you doing? You know. So when they showed this game and then and the news came out that they were trying to put it in the best light so people would generate interest. It showed they wanted the people, the gamers, to look at the game and see if it was something that they'd be interested in. Because guess what? If there was enough people, if that demo had at least 2.5 plus million people watching it or going back and replaying it, then, you know, there might be a situation where somebody might say, okay, well, wait a minute, there is a palpable interest in this game because X million people have watched the video. There's only 200,000 people who watched that video on the Xbox channel for Senua. That IP is dead. They were doing a Hail Mary pass to Ninja Theory saying, hey, look, you know, the writing's on, you've not done shit with the money we've given you. We're going to shutter you down. You better put out something. Maybe by some fluke or luck, you will get interest and people will buy it. I don't see anything wrong what they did. This is what corporations do, and to color it as evil or whatever is just being short-sighted.
The consumer's going to see that as the bad thing. That's the problem. The consumers don't care about the internal struggle or whatever it may be. The consumer goes, oh shit, I saw a good game and now you're not going to release it?
And I don't think Microsoft is in, or Xbox is in the position to be doing that.
Exactly.
Come on.
And they've been doing a whole lot of things that are just pissing people off. I mean, you could even go back to the Gears of War situation. They straight up insulted people's intelligence. We weren't making that for the PlayStation 5. Really?
Right.
Well, your YouTube video said otherwise.
Yeah.
So you just straight up lied to people. And now you showed off a game that we didn't even know existed. And some people are like, oh shit, okay, we didn't even know this was a thing. Oh, guess what? We're getting rid of the studio now. The consumer does not care what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah,
that's bad. That's a bad look.
Not bad look. It's bad optics. Don't argue otherwise. Bad optics. Doesn't matter.
It does. Yeah. The thing is, and Wise, I get it from. I think what Wolf is saying kind of holds water there a little bit is in the fact that the public doesn't care about the business aspect of it on the background. I get what you're saying. I really, really do. You're looking at it as almost that they volleyballed the company up. But realistically, if now you're another company and you're a developer, how do you feel about getting purchased by Microsoft? I mean, I don't know how you would feel about that at this point in time. And again, this is the second time, third time that Microsoft has really had some bad press. Like all that stuff that they came out with, well, we never were going to put it on PlayStation. There's not a PlayStation, port of Gears. And it was on the Xbox podcast. They actually had it on there. And they had to take it off. It's like, well, we didn't tell everybody. It doesn't matter if you didn't tell everybody. You have it. It's like it was a last minute pull the rug, which is within their rights. But it's just bad optics. It really all the way across, and it's funny how some of them come out, the executives on Twitter, and they make it sound like it's either a good thing or like that's just how it is. And it's like, well, you're coming off on the wrong foot. Wise, do you see that at all, or you really do think? I know what you're saying is giving them a chance.
I'm looking from a strictly from a financial standpoint. Instead of just shuttering the company and saying, okay, bye-bye, here's your severance, here's your pink slips, go
Right.
good luck. They said, okay, well, you've not really done crap, but we're going to give you one more option to garner some positive buzz about your IP. And ironically enough, they showed the game that we've all wanted from the beginning since when they first got bought. And when I saw that game, I said, this is the game they should have made after Hellblade 1. And when it shuttered, I'm like, it makes sense because this was their Hail Mary pass. And I mean, I've seen it done in other businesses and other corporations. So it doesn't affect. I mean, it's like people think of it as evil and oh my God, they're being malicious. It's not malicious. It's just business. Business sucks. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. I get it from. I think there's a fine line there. I do. I think you're right in the fact that it's business, but like what Wolf and D are saying is it's just bad optics. It doesn't look good. You know what I mean? Especially in a week where you're talking about compulsion games. They're not the only ones. There's Ninja Theory. There's compulsion, and then Double Fine. And they're saying that now there's another leak somewhere again that says there's maybe
Mooch.
even more Wolf. Yeah.
I do got to go. I just realized what time it is because I got to start my show soon.
That's right. Well, listen, have a great show, buddy. And listen, if we're still going and you happen to see you want to jump back on, Wolf, you already got
I will. The one last thing I will say about that, though, right? If this was their chance to give them a Hail Mary, they picked the wrong time to do it.
Yeah.
You're just coming off of State of Play, Summer Game Fest, and then that Tuesday, Nintendo comes out with a Direct. I'm sorry, Senna was not on the top of anyone's list at that point. There's just too much hype from other games happening. And in the same Direct that you're showing Gears of War off in extensive detail, it's a little hard to shop that game around. That's all I'm going to say. So
yeah. Yeah, it's especially after the last one kind of, I would say, just faltered in the sense of sales. It didn't, and I know sales is not the sale end all, but it didn't hit. It just didn't hit. So it is a tough sell. And to be honest with you, from what we saw, the game did look like the game that we wanted, but is it a little too late? I don't know. And who's going to really buy that at this point? You think Sony's going to be like, oh, they're for sale? Oh. I don't.
Listen, no one needs to buy anyone right now.
No, don't buy. Yeah.
It's just crazy everywhere right now.
No,
I am about to put out an interesting tweet. Actually, sorry, I was just doing it while.
All right.
Well,
appreciate
thank you,
it, guys.
buddy. We'll talk soon.
I appreciate the conversation.
Shout out to Wolf, guys. Go over and follow.
It is related.
Wolf, let people know where you're going over to stream, buddy, please.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, if you guys are wrestling fans, I do a podcast every Thursday. Otherwise, I am now doing a gaming discussion every Wednesday now, too. I call it the gaming hour. So
Invite me.
we don't let the plastic dominate the conversation. That has been my thing. So
I like the thumbnail yesterday, too, buddy. Fantastic
I'm a huge
artwork.
wrestling fan, man. I got to tune in.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Tune in. We give WWE, AEW, whoever hell with the bullshit they're doing now. So
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Wolf. Wolf, thanks for being here
All right,
tonight,
guys.
buddy. I appreciate it.
thank you.
Nib, so is your tweet, is it something you can also mention here, or will it light everything on fire? Okay.
Yeah, I was just going through the PlayStation report. That Sony put out an annual business report.
Yeah.
And two things of note. In 2026, obviously this could change once the Bungie layoffs hit.
Yeah.
But in 2026, they actually have a higher headcount of employees than they did last year, despite all the layoffs and studio closures last year. So despite all of that, they still have more employees this year, which actually goes back to something I mentioned a few weeks back, which is that even though PlayStation are, closing studios and cutting heads and this and that, they are actually reinvesting in the studios that they think are successful or have the most chance of success. So their overall headcount is going up, whereas on the Xbox side, their overall headcount is getting drastically lower. We're talking from like 22,000 down to less than 18,000 now, whereas on PlayStation's, it went from 10,000 to 12,700 to 12,100, and now it's back up to 12,400. So it's still significantly higher than it was a few years ago by 2,000, but it's a couple of hundred short of their absolute peak.
And that's going to drop.
Even though it didn't drop. But the thing is, sometimes when you hear like, oh, 7-8 studios or whatever, it sounds like terrible, like it must be a huge portion of the company. But again, actually, overall, the company employee count is roughly the same, if not more.
Well, a lot of people say that, what was it there? Sony Japan, or that studio that they closed, Japan Studios, that
they didn't,
a lot of people, they're like, well, they closed them. And but a lot of those people went over to
that's right, yeah.
What is it? The XM
Asobi and XDev Japan.
XDev, yes.
It was actually restructured. It wasn't even though they did close the studio, the employees weren't lost. They just moved them to different departments, right? And they do that from time to time. Again, I think like the way outside of Bungie, obviously, don't forget Bungie is still independent. But I think their live service push has been tragically bad. Most of the studios they've closed have been live service project studios. And in fact, most of the studios they've closed didn't even release a game yet. So I have a list somewhere, but basically the majority of the studios they closed, they didn't even release their first game. And the game they were working on was a live service title. And basically what happened was Concord came out.
Shout out to Tarnish. I appreciate you being here, but I really do. But like you literally have like one earlobe closed. Like he goes, layoffs are bad, period. Anyone spinning it into something else needs to be evaluated. Tarnish, what he's trying to make a point here is that even at Sony's low point, which they have got problems with Bungie, we're going to get into that in a second. 400 people. That's why I said you're going to have to reduce that number by more once they reduce that number, right? But what he's trying to actually say here is that even through all the turmoil that they've gone through, they're only a few hundred or maybe 1,000 short of where they were years ago.
Can I just answer that point though? Yes. Because I do find that is a common tactic of fanboys and zealots. Is this they hate context and they hate nuance, right? Because for them, all it is about scoring points on a board, right? No, Xbox bad, Sony just as bad, Sony just as bad. So any sort of gray, any nuance, any numbers, any detail is completely irrelevant to them. But obviously, like a normal, mature person would be like, okay, this company closed 25% of their workforce, and this company laid off 8.5%, but added 7% back, right? Obviously, a difference of 2.5% or whatever is different to 25%, right? Any logical person would acknowledge that, because one company, it's not so much that their company is in dire turmoil. What they're doing is reallocating investment, right? Reallocating funds. Like, okay, this particular thing didn't work out on the live service stuff, so we are reallocating our funds and hiring people into the single player tentpole stuff, the stuff that we do think is successful. Whereas on the Xbox side, that is not what's happening, right? It's not a reallocation of funds. It's actually a complete cutback because their strategies in Game Pass and growth and their accountability margin and all of that stuff literally for years and years has been declining or hasn't shown the growth that Nintendo and PlayStation have. So while PlayStation every year is getting more and more profit and has made more profit this generation than every single generation combined, Xbox's has gone the opposite direction, right? And that obviously contextually is a very important difference, right? It's like you cutting staff because your business is doing really bad and the decisions you've made were really bad, and me cutting the staff that I think are bad, but hiring even better ones to replace them. Obviously, that's a different thing completely, right?
Yeah. No, I do. I'm just following along with Tarnished. Tarnished, you're a miracle worker, buddy. He says, so who has the worst layoffs is the discussion we're having. And he goes, that is really important because wait, you're the only, Nib, I just want to make, Nib's the only one reading these numbers off and brought the topic up. And he goes, that wasn't directed at Nib, Mooch. That's just my own opinion. Listen, you can use the that's my opinion thing for anything, right? And be wrong. Like, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, I could say, like, right now in New York, today's Thursday. And if I'm like, you know what? Today feels like Friday because I didn't work today. Today feels like Friday. Today is now Friday. And I'd be like, and Nib will be like, Mooch, it's Thursday. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Because I didn't work today, it feels like Friday. Okay? Tarnished, he's reading you numbers. We're having a discussion on layoffs, which is, of course, awful. But what he's trying to show you is that they have lateraled people. When they close a studio, they've lateraled the talent over and are hiring in other categories where they've diminished, where they saw no returns, and others. And as Wise said a moment ago, that's business. That's what he's bringing up. I mean, I understand the blanket statement of layoffs are bad. Thank you, Tarnished. Go ahead, Nib.
Which is true, but it's reductive.
It is true.
It doesn't allow for any more detailed, nuanced conversation. It's like me having a conversation with my 5-year-old, right? Layoffs bad. Okay, but we're adults here.
Tarnished goes, the topic of layoffs come up. I know that both companies had layoffs. Layoffs are bad, period. Tarnished, if you had a podcast, it'd be 8 minutes.
No, 10 seconds.
Yeah. You know, the game Marvel's Wolverine came out last week. It was great. We'll see you guys next week.
Layoffs bad. Don't forget to tune in next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
Oh,
but I was going to say, in terms of the publishers that have had by far the worst, far exceeding the industry average, because everyone always says it's across the whole industry. It's actually not. The two publishers that have fared by far greater than everyone else is Xbox and Embracer. Embracer, I believe last time I checked, it could be higher now. I have to go over the numbers again. Obviously, the numbers keep changing. But the last time I checked, Embracer was at 17.5% of their workforce they'd laid off, and Xbox was over 20%. But again, like, those two are basically double what everyone.
No, I mean, so that's a great point, Nib. And Tarnish, I'll put that out there. Yes, he goes, I'm just making sure we all agree layoffs are bad. Yes, but Tarnished, have you tuned into like Jason Schreier's podcast or Christopher Drang's podcast or all the other podcasts that are out there for people in the industry? They legitimately are talking about these things, and they're telling you what's going on, why it happened. And that's what Nib's kind of getting into. This is why this happened. This is what happened here. These are the issues. And this, I mean, he's just giving you statistical numbers. If you don't like the numbers, that's fine.
And I want to say as well, just to clarify,
the fact that has to be actually clarified I'm confused. Of course, layoffs are bad, but you have multiple podcasts talking about this across the industry. And I mean, I'm talking about massive channels talking about this. That's the whole point. Shout out to the great Jimmy Harrison who's here, and James as well.
But I was going to say, Mooch, the thing I want to clarify. Remember, I was against large-scale acquisitions for Sony, PlayStation, and Xbox, Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I just said, oh, Xboxes are bad, PlayStations are good. No, I actually said PlayStation is also a cutthroat fucking business. They're shrewd as fuck. No, I do not think studios or bigger publishers or whatever like Bungie is necessarily safer under PlayStation. PlayStation has a history of studio closures. Xbox has a history of studio closures. These are both, again, they are where they are, you know, the decisions they've made. So this notion that, oh, because these publishers have a lot of money or something, these platforms have a lot of money, they're so secure and safer, it was always nonsense. Anyone who did reading and analysis and on the historical precedents of acquisitions would know that this would be a bad thing ultimately.
Yeah. No, I do agree with that. Is that ultimately it's awful. And shout out to everybody out in the chat. Of course, that is what it is. Speaking of not just that, let's talk about Bungie for a second, because there's a lot of discourse out there and what's going on. Of course, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Destiny numbers are like skyrocketing. People are going and playing Destiny 2. People are not playing Marathon. I think they're doing that for a bunch of reasons. One of them being like to prove a point. But PlayStation went in, you know, Nib, and they bought PlayStation PlayStation bought Bungie for, was it $3.6 billion? And, you know, the money's not coming in. And now, just like you said, for the other two teams, And here's the great David Faulkner is going to be joining us right now. Perfect timing, actually. David, perfect timing. But Nib, it's the money's not coming in from them, and you have what are we hearing? 1.2 million copies, maybe 1.5 million copies after the sale of Marathon. That's not even covering costs. And if they don't have a Destiny 3 or another project greenlit, which is what we're hearing, and I'm hearing it's from a reliable source. Well, Sony's doing what the others do. They're cutting that in half. They have 800. We talked about this last week. They have 800 or 900 people. They're cutting that team in half right now. That is a substantial loss.
It is, yeah. It is. I mean, me and you went back and forth about this on Marathon. Is it successful? Is it not? And me and Dessinger, we were very skeptical, right? And if these reports are true and they are cutting the fat, it kind of cordons home the fact that yes, Marathon was not sufficient. And it makes sense because these numbers, like for 800-900 people, that's like almost the size of Naughty Dog. I get Naughty Dog, they haven't put out a game yet, but the games they have put out and whatever they will put out is going to be a tentpole marquee title, right? It's going to do more than 1 million, or 1.5 million. It's probably going to do that in triple that in 24 hours, So, it's a shame. It is a shame, but you just wonder if like with with Marathon and how it is, and then the fact that they're not working on a Destiny 3 or aren't working on a new project, clearly something efficiency wise is not good at Bungie. So something does need to shake up either way. I would say in addition to the layoffs, they need restructuring of management at that studio, man, because something is not working.
Yeah. Now, David, welcome to the show, buddy. Hopefully we have you for a few minutes. David, you're joining us as we're talking about the issues that are going on at Bungie. But you have a lot of numbers across the board with what's going on right now. So we can definitely go back and revisit. I should say numbers or theories. It depends on how everyone wants to take it tonight. But yeah, David, since we're talking about Bungie right now, anything on that front of what the situation is between, and then there was also talk of like, now we're going to get into a little bit of the gaming side of it. It's not really the number side or the accounting side of it, but really more the side of like people were speculating that Sony was actually going to be, they were very angry with Bungie for things they may have said that would kind of divulge factions too. Now that's been debunked in the past 24 hours. People saying that there really isn't people up in the high Sony brass that have any resentment towards the Bungie team, but that's kind of been discussed as well. David, what do you got on the Bungie front?
Well, you'll remember 15 months ago, they had a restructuring where Bungie stopped being a subsidiary and became a full PS studio, and they tore about 100 people out of it to make Team LFG, and then they sacked another 100 and something, and then they left the Bungie core team to finish off Marathon.
Yes.
And then they've since launched Marathon, and they have said that Destiny 2 is winding up, and they don't have the next game on the horizon. So they've now got similar to Bluepoint, a whole heap of people, not much to do. So what are you going to do? Carry them or cut them loose?
Yeah.
And PlayStation is perform or perish. So they're friggin' ruthless at this. They'll give you time, but when time's up, time's up. So that'll be the end of that. They might be rehoused maybe 50 to 80, likely cut 200 to 250. And then I'm not sure what's happening with the rest of them, but yeah, that's where they're doing. They're going to come down to between 450 and 550 staff left at Bungie itself as a studio, and then they'll be providing some level of ongoing maintenance and support for Destiny 2. That'll be pretty minor, just to keep the servers running, and then they'll have a team that breaks out to do their next game, development, pre-development, production, and then they'll keep working on Marathon to keep it running for at least another 18 months, 2 years, and then make a decision then.
So the question I'd have for you then, David, and that's fine. Those numbers are numbers I've seen. My question would be, that doesn't seem like enough to keep a game that's a live service game up afloat, right? With periodic updates, with seasons, different artwork, this and that, and then also to spawn off. That's alarming to me for the Bungie front to lose half when you have a situation where how are they going to greenlight another game when you've cut your team in half? You almost need that other 200, 300, 400 to start that next, whether it be a Destiny 3 or be a big AAA IP. It sounds like they're just going to focus in their money and time with Marathon right now.
Yeah, well, that therein lies exactly the point. They're in pre-production, so they're still sketching it out on storyboards. They're not sure what they're doing next, so they don't need QA testers and developers and all that sort of stuff when they haven't got anything there to play test or develop or work on. It's all pre-production story, design, character, and gameplay mechanic and all that sort of stuff. So unless they've got other projects for them to work on, they've got nothing for them to do.
Yeah.
And that gives you an indication about how far away it is.
Well, that kind of news is really frightening because if you stop and think about it, with Marathon not picking up any kind of new players with the free-to-play week and the sale, but think about it. Let's say everybody on the panel right now worked for Bungie, and you're sitting there talking to the Sony brass, and you're like, well, we're not bringing in the money, we're not selling more games, but yet we don't have any other new IP to mention to you, and what we're working on is taking all of our talent. That doesn't look good, but the thing is, I don't see Sony wanting to write off that purchase.
No. So they've already done the write-downs for the impairments last year and whatnot around Destiny 2 and Bungie. So they've already worn the pain on the purchase. That's nothing more there. From henceforth, it's all OpEx, operating expenditure and capital investment into the game. So, and it's not unusual. Like Naughty Dog's had this happen in the past. Santa Monica's done it. Heaps of other PlayStation studios have done it. They'll wind down the team, and then when they've got a game that's ready to go, they'll just start rehiring in those phases. So you'll bring in the early development, the asset builders, the design and artwork and all that, and then they'll bring in the devs, and then they'll do the mocap and all the rest of it. But forgetting that AI is going to play a fairly hefty part in how these things get developed, and Sony's got a massive mocap motion library already that Naughty Dog and ICE put together. So Visual Arts, before they shut that one down, was doing a whole heap of this work in the background. So now the studios are going to do it themselves. But again, it's 12-18 months. If it takes 12 to 18 months to do the pre-work and get the idea pitched and then the early funding done, it's 12 to 18 months of carrying through 200 or 300 devs at a 250,000 a head as an average labor cost. That's a lot of money.
It is.
And if you don't have a lot of money rolling in, hence the reason why you got to do the cut. Different for Sucker Punch, who after Ghost of Tsushima had basically funded Ghost of Yotei, and then Ghost of Yotei sales have basically funded their next 2 games.
Yeah, exactly.
That team. So
it wasn't even a very expensive production. That's the thing. Sony, Totoki, he said I think it was 3-4 years ago or whatever, whenever he came in, that that PlayStation aren't the best at managing their resources for profitability, right? And that was one of the areas he was looking at. And for all intents and purposes, outside of the live service stuff, they have had a lot of successes because the reported budget of Saros, the reported budget of Ghosts of Yotei, the reported budget, or estimated budget, I should say, of Astrobot, they're all in terms of AAA numbers, they're actually really low, and these games have actually still sold, well, I don't know about Saros. I think Saros might, I don't know where it is at now, but let's just say more than enough to make up for their development costs, right? In the case of Yotei, it would be substantially profitable. Again, Astrobot, I think the estimate I saw was 50 million. It was 65 people core development over 3 years, and will have sold multiple millions. Again, massive profitability on that title. So they are working well towards that goal on certain games. Obviously, we have to see what happens with Wolverine and Alfei and all the rest of it.
The Bungie one specifically, that's the issue of the live service model on the downside of it. And it's not just PlayStation is finding this out the hard way because they had a crack at it and it didn't stick. But EA's been dealing with this for over a decade. Take-Two deals with this frequently. Is if it sticks, it's great. If it doesn't stick the landing, it's 6 to 12 months of absolute hell. And this is Destiny 2's always been major for a long time, but you're looking at the Marathon doing its thing, and it's just not performing. Now the question is, do you double down and try and get it to perform, or do you just cut your losses and off you go?
What
And they're got to be at the cut the losses point soon, because you can't have this. The cost of running the servers is going to be immense.
I
So you'd be better off to carry them.
I just want to ask this question. Do you, and I got to get out of here after, do you think there is some type of fatigue on these live action or live service games? Because, you know, it really does seem like a hit and miss. It might be lightning in a bottle kind of thing where you can't really manufacture it. It has to be that's kind of organic, and that there's so many of them out there that people continue to play that there's no desire for them to go a different route in the same genre. I'm
Well,
unsure because I play Fortnite, like I play some of these games, but like I'm not religious on these games. I pick it up and like I feel like playing it for 3 hours. That's it. I feel like playing Arc Raiders for 5 hours, or I'll play it twice. I'll put it down.
The thing is, I do actually think there is a potential gap in the market, because basically Call of Duty is waning a little bit, or at least it has been last year and stuff. You know, the fact that fucking Ghost of Yotei on PS5 outsold it for the whole year, outsold Call of Duty Black Ops 7. That's crazy town, you know?
It's coming back to the pack, isn't it?
It's insane. We're talking about a game that had an estimated development budget of $1 billion and nearly 9,000 people credited to it, versus less than 2,000 with whatever 60 plus million. But yeah, like, because the franchise is waning a little bit, maybe this year's one will do a lot stronger because it's, you know, current gen only, etc. But, you know, with that waning, and Battlefield, it did well. It did really well. But I don't know if it was necessarily enough to completely eclipse Call of Duty. Maybe there is a potential for another type of shooter to be the next thing, right? Because Call of Duty was kind of took the throne from Halo, and there's no, you know, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that something else could take the throne from Call of Duty. And then again, maybe Fortnite already did, but you know, something else in addition.
Problem is, there's too many titans in the live service space. Like, you look at League of Legends, right? League of Legends is what, 12, 13 years old now? And like its highest peak last year, it clocked in 145 million monthly active users just for that month. 145 million people around the world decided to tune in. Now, bear in mind, Riot Games makes a shit ton of cash. I mean, because they're all free to play games, but people are willing to pay for like skins and whatnot, especially in like Valorant and stuff like that. Because you think, well, you can't really enter the shooting space. Well, Valorant is a competitor to CS:GO. It's CS:GO, but with abilities. So it's in the same genre, but it forged its own niche. But that's because Riot Games is generally really good at doing live service games, right? It's their bread and butter. They're just really good at it. They know how to advertise it. They know how to do skins. They know how to provide content, map rotations, etc., right? They're incredibly skilled in it. So it makes sense that they were able to forge a nice, neat path in that space. But newcomers, like that Impulse game, right? It's the devs that wanted to do Titanfall because EA refuses to. Now, it's a good game, bit rough around the edges. But like that's like the Titanfall genre where it's like, sure, yeah, it's team deathmatch, but you have mechs and stuff. Like you could get into that and do well. Your game just has to be good and appeal to people.
I will say,
go ahead.
If a Half-Life 3 came out, I'm talking, I don't mean like the current Counter-Strike visuals. I mean a completely different engine and state of the art and everything, and they released a new Counter-Strike with it, and they launched that on console. Fuck me, I would 100% go over to that as my primary, you know, sort of live service game. Not that I think they necessarily would, but yeah, I would love something like that on console.
I think it comes back to gaming habits. Just getting back to what Dee was saying about the the live service piece and what's going on. You know, even Fortnite, the monster that it is had to peel back in the last 6 to 12 months, and they're hurting a bit as well in terms of revenue generation, and they've offloaded a whole heap of people as well for changing environments. But you know, it's different gaming habits for different users. Live service games on console don't typically go as well in any way, shape, or form as the proper live service game does on a PC. And handheld devices tended to have really short, sharp interactions. Like people will 30, 45 minutes at max rather than hour-long sessions. And then you talk about gaming time on PC versus gaming time on consoles. That is a vastly different totals and averages as well. And of course, there's all different parts to it and different aspects to it. But I think in the last sort of, let's say, since 2018 to 2024, 25, a lot of these platform owners have tried that to branch out, to diversify, to get more revenue streams in from trying different things. And a lot of the outcome of that, which is just starting to come through now, you get 5 or 6 years worth of data, and then suddenly you from a business perspective, it's solid data. It tells you where the trends are and what's happening, and you can make really good decisions off it. Is that live service games like the proper Fortnites and those other Marathon and all these other ones, they're not great on consoles, but they'll go great on PC. What console players like are multiplayer games where they can play with their friends, and that's probably the gap that's left at the moment, where the console gamer, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, it doesn't matter. There's not enough of those games at the moment. That's where there's some gaps, but there has to be some single player aspect to it as well as the multiplayer piece. Unless you're trying to shoot for something like Helldivers 2. It's just for some reason, right place, right time, bang. Or Animal Crossing New Horizons, when it came out, it was right place, right time, and it just did numbers. You're trying to replicate lightning in a bottle, you're never going to get it. But they need to understand who their demographics are, what they respond to. And now they've got the data. PlayStation burn a whole heap of profit margin to chase live service. Got the data. They chased burn a whole heap of profit margin chasing single player game releases on PC. Now they've got the data and they understand what it is. That's the end of that. They've made the decisions because they've got the outcomes. They've done the assessment, and it's that. But they had to try it. Otherwise, they were sitting there looking over the fence, going, "Well, should we? Shouldn't we?"
Can we get a piece of that back? Interestingly, you brought up Fortnite losing players. So Newzoo, obviously, it's estimates. I don't know how accurate it is or isn't, but they have a list of player count changes this year compared to last year. And the number one, the live service game that lost the most players was Call of Duty. Number 2 was Overwatch. Number 3 was Apex Legends, and number 4 was Fortnite. And I was surprised. Those are some big titans that have lost double-digit numbers. I think Call of Duty was way higher than even that. I was shocked at the number. But even Fortnite, if I remember correctly, it was it lost 30-something% of its player base compared to the previous year. I don't know again how accurate they are, but it was interesting. So I don't know where these people are going, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's no surprise. I mean, look at what they've done to Fortnite, right? They've completely changed the in-game economics. Before, you used to be able to, for example, the Battle Pass used to be 1,000 V-Bucks, right? Now they're 800 V-Bucks, but they don't give you enough V-Bucks to buy the Battle Pass. So what you would spend for 1,000 V-Bucks now is exactly the same, except instead of 1,000, they're only giving you 800. So they're giving you 200 less for the exact same amount of money you would have spent on 1,000. They're like, well, we'll give you these, the Lego pass and whatnot for free. And they've completely changed the way. So now you are really getting screwed, because the skin that used to cost $20 will now cost you $25 for the same skin. Just because the way they reduced
that's
the
crazy, man.
So
that's
obviously,
crazy.
You're doing all this extra shit in your game. I don't know what's going through the head, because it's that's not going to help you retain players, because now people aren't getting the value that they used to get from your V-Bucks, and that's the currency you need to buy shit in the game, right? So people have to spend more money. So it's I don't know what Fortnite's up to, and it's bear in mind it is a bit unfair, because games like League and Valorant, they have the Asian market, right, which is the vast majority of players. Out of that 145 million I said for League of Legends, 80 million of that is just China. Right? 80 million of that is just China. US makes up like, I don't know, 10% of the league player base. Europe makes up like 20%. The rest is just Asia between South Korea, China, and Japan, right? And like Vietnam and stuff. So it's like you have very stable player base over there who religiously play this game because it comes installed on their PC bongs and whatnot. So when they're like, getting off school, they could go down to their local PC place and it's like, oh, what games are installed? You got Valorant, you got League, you got CSGO, you got whatever. So those are kind of like ingrained into society. So that's why they could stick around for like 16 years.
Sorry, guys. I'm in a absolute back and forth with Tarnished, who's.
Mooch, did you talk you talk about the Sony said about titles? What titles that did come?
D, you're cutting out again, buddy. I only hear every other word.
So I'm too far away.
That's
I'll
okay.
set myself up better next time. Did you talk about the CEO of Sony talking about exclusive titles from PlayStation?
No, that's one of the topics here that I have here is that they confirmed the in-house single-player games to remain on console. Of course, the live service games, which makes perfect sense. It doesn't in today's day and age with you remember last generation D where we had separation, right? So if you bought Call of Duty, on the 360 and then early parts of the Xbox One, PS4 era, or even on PS3, you had to play where you bought Call of Duty. You had to play with your buddies only on that particular platform, right? Everything is now expanded. Everything now you have Discord across everything. You have communication is open. All of the walls have dropped in that sense. So that makes sense. There's no way you're going to actually put money. And that's what David and I were talking about with the marathon situation. Even with all the walls down, it's still not doing well, right? So that's a signal of not a prosperous IP right there right now. Even though I happen to think Marathon, it's not one of my favorite multiplayer games, but I do enjoy it because I like the extraction shooter. I'm wondering what Call of Duty is going to do with DMZ coming up. But yeah, did you just see D? Even after they came out with the presser, people were like, "Well, it's a case by case basis." You can see it right there, and then Jason Schreier had to come out and say it's not a case by case basis.
The thing is
but I want to ask a question real quick though. Now with the performance of Saros, I think that might be very interesting.
The Saros developers seemed pretty happy with themselves today in the interview. They said like they were like a marquee piece of PlayStation now and all of this other stuff. So they seem content.
Weren't the
I don't know.
Numbers low on that though?
Well, that's the thing. A linear number were low, but they don't really mean anything. So we don't actually know. Because the thing is, the reason I'm not sure about their numbers is because in the same launch period, Returnal was at 560,000 sales in the launch period. And while we don't have sales numbers, Housemarque did release their typical, number of hours played, number of deaths, and all this other nonsense, right? And those stats are roughly 20% higher than Returnal launch aligned. One of I think it was Christopher Dring, he mentioned that Saros's retail sales were higher launch aligned than Returnal as well. So that's two bits of information that point to it potentially selling better than Returnal. And then the final bit of information is in the chart position, it was ahead of, I think it's called Invincible VS. It was ahead of Invincible VS in the charts. And Invincible VS put out a tweet saying they've hit 1 million players. I think it was in the first few weeks or something.
Okay.
And that's players, not sales, but you can't get it on any subscription service.
Right.
So again, I'm thinking maybe that includes used and shared accounts and stuff, but all of these data points point to Saros doing probably quite a bit better than Alania's estimates.
Okay. Yeah, I want to know where it was sitting.
Yeah, me too. I really want to know as well. I really want.
Are you talking about the exact?
Mooch,
you're talking about the exact.
If I could,
go ahead.
You said you were going through the back and forth to Tarnished, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to just say one thing that he said, which I don't think he realized he kind of told on himself. So he said, "I hate it when you guys do this because it's always in an attempt to make PlayStation look
Exactly.
better than
That's what I was trying to say to him, and now he's
Right,
downplaying it. Now he's downplaying it like he's saying,
here's the reality
I'm just
of it.
saying
What
layoffs are
should
bad
be
in general. That's not what he was saying at all in the beginning. That's what I'm saying. Tarnish,
Yeah,
you do
but
a really
what
good
he's
job.
indirectly admitting
It's
is
just,
that what he does is remove context to make PlayStation look as bad as
that's
Xbox.
correct. That's
When
correct.
the reality is PlayStation is in a different stratosphere of success to Xbox. They have had year-on-year growth, substantial year-on-year growth the entire generation. They have made more profit in 5 years than every previous PlayStation generation combined, accounting for PS3 losses, right? So this whole notion that, you're trying to make them equal. No, you're trying to make them equal when they're not. One has a 3% accountability margin with hardware losses and Azure and other things not even factored in. So they may even be operating at a loss. The other one has a 12.5% operating margin, right? So what are you talking about? They're obviously in two different worlds. And that's on top of much higher revenue as well. It's like 30-40% higher revenue plus, multitudes of higher margin as well. And you're trying to pretend that they're the same. One has 100 million, install. The other one's like 35 million or whatever it is, what number you want to come up with, like, almost 3 times as much. So you need to stop trying to make it seem like these two companies are in the same league. They're not.
No, he's not. They're not. And also, he's also just like, he's saying the same thing over and over and over again. And then if you say anything else, he's like, are you saying that's not true? It's a bait and switch. Tarnished, I'm not playing that game, buddy. That's old. That's like 2018 tactics, buddy. So anyways.
Go and get an education.
I'm gonna get out of here, Mooch.
All right.
Thanks for having me,
D,
man.
thanks for being here, buddy.
I hope it made up for the other week, the time I stayed.
D, that was D, you did stay for like 4 hours. And then D, you went MIA last week. I was like, D. I was just yelling through the DMs to you. I'm like, D. No, D, thanks for being here, buddy.
Last week was a mess. And I will say this, Gears of War, man, it looks incredible that at the Unreal event, what they showcased there, that game looks fantastic. It looks really good running on the Series X. I'm looking forward to playing that game on my PC. Can just imagine, because they already have a performance at 60 FPS on the Series X. I think that's a good game, and I think that's a step in the right direction. That game just looks fantastic. Like, that's what I want to see from an Xbox studio.
Absolutely.
I want to see them, innovating with the gameplay, with the graphics, like the mega lights that are in that game. You got some ray tracing through Unreal Engine that, if they weren't using that engine, would not be possible, because those light bounces are insane. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yes.
Great day for gamers. Grand Theft Auto 6, we got a little tidbit today, and it's just a good time to be a gamer. And once again, just thanks for having me.
Hey, D, always great to have you here, buddy. Let people know where they can find you, D, because you have videos coming out left and right, buddy.
Yes. You guys can find me on YouTube at dbatch, and of course on X at d_batch. I'll have some more gaming videos later this week. I'm working on some stuff because I have a Tesla. I've had a Tesla for a year.
Really?
Yeah.
You just got it?
No, I've had it for about
I thought
a year.
so. I was going to say, you've had it.
Which model did you get?
I have a Model Y. So I'm going to be like doing a video on it, and I got like some other
performance
stuff.
or long range?
Actually, no, I have the rear wheel drive, but I have a rear wheel drive that actually has the performance motor. And I'll probably explain that in the video too. But yeah, so
rear wheel drive with performance. Holy shit, dude! How are you gonna
get? The 980, man. I don't know how it got the 980, but yeah, it got the 980. But yeah, it's fantastic experience. Oh my god. So I got some videos coming up on that, and I have some cool accessories, of course, because I'm the tech guy, so I got some cool stuff in the car, man. I'm just really excited, man. I'm talking about video games, but I'm just gonna say this, man. If you're ever on the fence with an electric car, let me just tell you this: I've saved at least $1,000 already car by not putting gas in it. It's fast. It's faster than 95% of the cars on the road. It's very efficient. It looks good. The tech is fantastic.
Yeah, I was talking to J Dub, not to go off on a Tesla rant, but I don't have one, and I've always like dabbled looking into it, and J Dub was like, dude, I guess it's called Summon. Is that what it's called, D? Like,
yeah.
Like, so
he comes to you.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just like at the, where his grocery store, he's at the mall, or he's out, whatever. He goes, I just hit the summon button, and he goes, it's so awesome. You just walk outside, and your car's waiting for you.
Yeah.
Wait, so you don't listen to Ryan McCaffrey's Tesla Shill podcast?
I don't listen to that one, no. But thank you, Tats.
He tells you all about Tesla. Trust me.
He is I do know he's a Tesla fan.
A lot of people get caught up in the politics of stuff, and they don't like certain people. And I'll say this: like every company, they all do crap that we don't like and that we don't know about, and might not even be for us or our nationality or whatever. And at the end of the day, you got to get something that works for you, that saves money for you, and makes your family's life experience better over all the politics involved in it. I'll just say that, because if I had listened to the politics and never got this car, like, it's life. I'll never own another gas car.
I'll tell you what, on the topic of electric cars, though, the Porsche, what's the electric one called?
I think the Taycan, they put the
Taycan, yeah. They're like, they've dropped so much in the used market. You can get a Turbo S Taycan that was 160 sticker for like 40 grand now. With not that old, not very many miles. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah, it's a new world, but that's another video. That's another time.
Yeah, I'll be checking that out, D. When you do, I'll be retweeting that out, buddy. Checking it out. I appreciate you as always, D. You know that I'll be 2 weeks away from pestering you again. No, I'm only kidding, D. I'll give you a little more time off. No, D, great to have you as always, brother. Thank you for your opinions and your time.
All right, well, later, everybody.
All right, D, thank you. So I got a couple super chats here. This is interesting. So Mariko, this is a ways back here. He says, panel gets to re-rate the Xbox show right now. What do you give it, and what did you give it before? I don't think my number changes. I gave it an 8, and I'm going to stay there.
Yeah, mine stays at a 9.
Yeah, I keep it the same as well. Like, I hope these studios do get picked up by other people. I do feel with the whole, like, I think it's ridiculous that they announced a game at their show knowing they could potentially close the studio or were closing it. But in a way, I am happy that, at least they got some eyes on their product, because they have a higher chance of receiving funding from it, from elsewhere, right?
The first time a game's been announced and then cancelled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
crazy, man. It's crazy.
As I said in the DMs, my opinion on these studios is obviously, I mean, you could kind of guess, so it's like, I'm not exactly, it's, how to put it politely, correctly, fuck all that. I'm just going to come out with it. I'm not going to shed a tear. So it's,
To which game is that, Tetzinger?
To the particular studios that I particularly don't like their games, I'm not exactly going to miss their games because of who they are, If it would be different if it was something like, I got really mad when they got rid of Turn 10 because that was incredibly disrespectful, considering Turn 10 carried your ass for an entire generation, the Xbox One, because all they had was Halo, Gears, and Forza. Everyone remembers the song and everything, Halo, Gears, and Forza. And Turn 10 was the backbone, and then you go do this to them, and I was like, okay, that's annoyed me. But, it's like if they did something to another studio that I'm interested in, then I'd feel a certain way. But it's like, I don't think people will pick up. I think, who was it? Who recently announced their first game? It wasn't Paramount, was it?
Amazon.
They announced it at Summer Games Fest. They announced they're just getting into gaming now.
What was the game?
I can't remember. They announced they've just made a gaming division. It's not Paramount. Is it Paramount? It's someone like that. I'm like, well, perhaps they could buy it, or maybe Amazon, because Amazon needs all the help it can get, or something. I don't know.
It'd be cheeky if Paramount said they're just getting into gaming because they just got approved to buy Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Just bought a gaming division.
Well, yeah. True. I mean, I can't remember who it was, but they announced their first game at Summer Games Fest. Perhaps someone in the chat will know. But it's like, so I'm sure they'll find a buyer.
Well, the thing about it is, some people were saying this in the chat though. Like, Senua still has a chance of releasing, does it not?
Well, it depends.
Well, it depends how far along in development it is, whether they have, cash reserves or finance or funding for it and stuff, right? I don't know. Maybe you.
Well, let's be honest. So, David, they haven't mentioned that this has all been reported in quotes, but no, there's nothing that's.
You want me to get into it, or?
Yeah, there's nothing official though, David, that says that Ninja Theory has been released. Correct?
No. So a lot of the stuff, this is one of those things, is where there's a little bit of smoke, you can sort of let it go. But if there's a lot of smoke, and you can see flames pouring out the windows, and people are running for the exit, you can sort of see a bit of an understanding if you're paying attention. Head of Xbox Games is gone, and his deputy's gone. The head of Treyarch's announced he's retiring and going, and so are 2 other leadership ones there. And then you've got multiple employees in these studios coming out and saying, our Slack channel's been turned off, our emails have been canned. We've got an internal, we had the internal email published by from Asher and Matt was published, and then you've got the back and forth publicly where they've come out and basically worded up it's not a soft landing, it's not a soft reset. They've worded it up. This is going to be painful, and they're doing it on purpose. When you combine a lot of these things together, and you stand back and look at it as a whole, you can see that something significant is going to happen. Remember, they laid off nearly 2,000 people, and all we got was, we're going to make some adjustments. We need to make some adjustments to react. And they shut down 3 studios and laid off nearly 2,000 people. And that was one comment and nothing else. This has got a lot of buzz around it and a lot of smoke pouring out of it. The aftermath will be quite something to behold. And it, you look at what a lot of the wording is coming out to the market, and they're talking, restructuring, creating synergies, and doing consolidation within the gaming unit itself. Got reports about one of the ZeniMax teams has basically been told, don't come in on the 1st of July. And this is all in combination with the voluntary redundancy program that Microsoft's had running since April, we found out about. And it closes on the 30th of June. Basically, from the 2nd of July onwards, it's open. It's hunting season. And it's not just developers. It's front of house, back of house, business support, the whole works. And it's not going to be limited just to Xbox, but Xbox is the one that's going to get hammered the most. There are other divisions which are going to get slaughtered as well within Microsoft. They're chasing something like a 15% headcount reduction. It's quite significant.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy considering how much they've already laid off.
Exactly. So you think about a 15% headcount reduction. They got over 100,000 people working globally. There's talk about non-US studios are going to just get shuttered. They're going to combine multiple studios into one to cut down on all those overhead costs. You talk about Ninja Theory and Senua and the reports that, they showed it off to see if they could get someone interested in buying it, and that was the studio rather than Xbox management pushing that. Whether those things are true or not, as we said before, the cost of getting a game out to market is significant. And if you're trying to do that, launch a game whilst going independent and doing all the rest of it, it's damn near impossible, because you then got to do the publishing deals and who owns the IP. And if you're a studio that doesn't own your IP, well, what have you got? Nothing. Because you can't take the venue, you can't take your facility and location with you, because Microsoft's not going to let that go. They'll just shut it down. So you got to start from scratch. So you got a whole heap of people with nothing to work on in a game that they don't own. Of course, there's no value there to buy. And in a lot of these cases, the games just couldn't support the overhead that's required and the demand. And Ash is talking about the 3% accountability margin. That was 6 months ago. That's the reference point from 3 to 6 months ago, and it's deteriorated since then. So they've got to make some major cash adjustments rather than trying to boost revenue, because they've tried that, raise game price, raised the price of Game Pass, and that didn't work. As they had to take it back, and then they took Call of Duty out of it, and then they've put it in different levels, and they're trying to push this and push that, and it's just not working. And fair enough, Asher made the comment that without excluding ABK, Xbox gaming is going backwards. Well, ABK has been going backwards as well. ZeniMax is going nowhere. The whole thing combined is losing out, and it's just costing them a fortune. So what'll come early July, not going to be pretty. They're not the only ones that are doing it. Fair enough. PlayStation, we spoke about Bungie and some other points there, but PlayStation got in earlier this year and in the last year and was shutting down studios and laying people off when they had nothing to produce and no viable programs going forward. And other studios and big publishers have been doing the same thing. It's an industry-wide point, but this is a consequence that is far worse than it should have been or could have been due to the failures of management over the last couple of years, particularly leading up to the ABK acquisition, where not just some of us on this panel, but a number of industry heavyweights and extremely knowledgeable people who do this day in and day out for their profession, who are far more in tune than those of us sitting on the sidelines getting the information from the contacts that we got, who were saying exactly this would end up happening. And Spencer and Bond and others were standing there saying, nope, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That is checkbook's big enough and we're going to win this and we're going to do this, this and this. And lo and behold, here we are. And the worst thing about this is the thousands of people that are going to be affected by this poor management decisions that should not have ever got to this point. They should have changed tact years back. They should have not bought ABK, or Microsoft should have sold off Xbox. As a gamer, it is horrendous to think that we're going to miss out on so much stuff. But as a business person, it is equally as horrendous to think how many people are going to be out of a job in a saturated market who are going to struggle to get another job. It's pathetic how it's gotten to this point when 1 minute they're saying we listen to the fans, and the next minute they're saying, oh, we don't care. We got to do this to remain viable, or no, we're going to invest heavily to to get there and be, what did Asher say in one of her interviews? We want to be the leading entertainment company in the world.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yep.
And then 2 weeks later, you're doing this. Like every year they have a showcase, which is amazing, and then a week later they stand on so many rakes. It's amazing that they don't end up putting themselves in a coma. And
It's insane.
every
I've
year
never
it's the
seen
same
anything
thing.
like it.
And what
Imagine doing a show and then the very day after or 2 days later, you're doing all these interviews, and it's so much doom and gloom. And to be fair, they're giving information about the dire straits of Xbox, and I guess they're doing that because they knew the layoff stuff was looming, right?
Yeah.
So they got to justify it. They wanted
to get ahead of it too. Yeah.
They wanted to get ahead of it, but it's such a whiplash-inducing thing where it's like the hype from the show, and then like, what's these interviews about? We've had 8+ months of decline of Game Pass, 3% account better margin. It's not,
Well, the thing is,
bloody Satya Nadella, he said like we're not, it's not sustainable or whatever.
All right, I'll just make one more quick comment because I do have to jump off. I have another meeting to jump into. I made a couple of posts about window dressing, and this is some basic high-level economic stuff, financial stuff, assessments and whatnot. The first thing, Embracer did this before they sold off things, and Ubisoft has done the same, and whatnot. But this is the stage one of a couple of stages to prep something for sale or spin-off. Is the first thing you do is you offload resources that cost you cash every day down to the bare minimum so that it is squeezed really hard. The second thing is you start restructuring your debt, because what Microsoft will be very keen to do if they choose to do the spin-off or sell off is they'll move a whole heap of debt that's directly associated with it into that entity, and they'll take the impairments off of it as well. So watch out for that. They'll get through this piece and they'll move into stage 2 fairly quickly. And then when they start talking about Xbox, they will start highlighting improvements in their financial reporting and they will start talking about them specifically in a slide or two of their own, and then they'll start providing that. If they get to that point, spin-off or sell-off is very much on the cards. The first two stages, strip it right back to minimum viable product, and then move into restructuring for debt, because they're going to have to cop an impairment. They're not going to be able to avoid it. At some point in the next 6 months, they're going to have to take an impairment on that ABK purchase. It's unavoidable.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing.
Tens
Yeah.
of billions of dollars. You know, they talk about the Bungie one being 700 million. ABK's impairment could be tens of billions of dollars of an impairment. And that's going to get someone's, like Sarah and Phil are gone. Someone else is going to wear that at the time, because shareholders won't look at it and go, oh, you've already dealt with it. No, the quarter where that hits, somebody else's head will go. Anyway, sorry guys, I got to run.
No, David, thank you for the information, buddy. Great to have you. And like I said, you know what? Let me know when you reach out to me. Let me know when you actually have a Thursday afternoon off. I know it's different with the time zones make things difficult, David. But listen, I appreciate your time. You're in the middle of a work day, so we won't tell your boss. That's the promise I can give you. Okay. David, thank you, everybody. The community's accountant, everybody. The great.
Yeah, you too. Also, for those who said I was having a senior moment in the chat, I wasn't having a senior moment. Paramount's Skydance launched Paramount Game Studios.
I was
Skydance
just gonna back you up with that.
Media,
yeah.
And the game they announced at Summon Games Fest was, of course, The Last Ronin.
Yep, right here. Shout out to Eric, the producer. By the way, Eric, the producer. Everything you just said, I won't read it again because he was telling me Paramount Games was just announced. That's who it is. He said that right after you were asking the question. I didn't get to it in time. Also, yeah. Eric, the producer, did break some late breaking news. I don't know if you guys want to know this real quick. It's late breaking, about 7 p.m. Eastern time. Onimusha Way of the Sword release date moved to September 4th instead of September 25th. That's great, and I mean it gives us some time to maybe play it. Yeah, it does, because I want to play myself. You know, I'm looking forward to. Now I'm losing track of the. What was the Sam Lake game that's coming out now? I just beat Alan Wake 2 last night.
Control Resolution.
Control. That's the name. Is not alluding. I'm reading Eric's message and I lost my mind. Control comes out September 25th, I believe, so, or September 24th as well.
Moving Musha to there makes good for me, because that means I can now skip it in favor of Blood of Dawnwalker because they come out the same day, near enough, right? So now I can pick and choose between the two, right? I don't have to worry. So since they both come out on the same day, I'm going to pick the one I'm more interested in, even though I like both, but Blood of the Dawnwalker is an easy play. And then now that frees up the end of September. So it's a good move moving forward.
Yeah, it's smart. It's smart. At least it's better to get ahead of all the other games than, at the tail end of them, right? Because that's why I didn't really understand about Saros. Like, why would you do the 30th of April when that month and the weeks before was so many heavy hitters? Like, you literally decided to go last. Not why.
So
I was going to say,
yes, yeah.
I was going to say.
Go ahead. Yes.
Paramount, since they just announced their game studios, I wouldn't be surprised if they probably picked them up, because they could probably do something with them, like the Ninja Theory and whatnot. Absolutely.
I mean,
and plus they've just announced their gaming division, so they want to make some waves.
But the thing is, so DS, so what you're saying is logical and it makes sense, and I bet you they have a void there to be able to grab a team like Ninja Theory. That's quite brilliant. But I would say this: if they're just going to grab them to do filler, then no, right? Like that's kind of what Xbox did with I think Compulsion and Ninja Theory and Double Fine.
Yeah, but Paramount don't have Game Pass.
This is true. That's and as I was saying that, I was like, they don't have a service. Well, yet.
Well, I mean, you could
that
imagine,
may be their end game.
But like, you have to start somewhere, right? And The Last Ronin was a great idea. I'm super hyped for that. I'm like, okay, I know The Last Ronin story. Anyone who likes Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles knows about The Last Ronin. So that's going to probably be fire. But it's like, it was just interesting. That was the first thing. And I was just thinking, people like that would probably want to pick them up, because they could probably let Ninja Theory go for pretty cheap too. Like, I'm sure it's not going to be an expensive purchase.
And I wish David was still here. That's a great question, Deathinger. Because, like, to be honest with you, I would actually say, like, they probably want to they probably will let them go fairly inexpensive because it's good. It's great press that way. Then let them say, hey, listen, we're selling them. They're going to utilize them. They're going to have this game. They got a great team, the whole nine. I think that's a true statement. I think that would be really, really great. The thing is when you have, let's say you're Paramount right now, DS, right? And you're like, I'm like, well, DS, you should do Ninja Theory. Behind the scenes, you may be like, well, Mooch, they didn't really capitalize on the last 3 games they put out, right? So I don't know if that's where I want to go. And you may feel as that is a question mark. It's not bad. It's not good. So it would have to come down to what you said, to come down to the price.
Well, I mean, it's like, if they don't get purchased, they're probably getting shuttered, right? So it's like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, well, do you want them to at least be given a chance over there being bought by someone, or do you want them to just shut down and just goodbye?
Well, no, go ahead, yes.
But bear in mind, if you buy them, whoever buys them, you're not getting the Hellblade IP though. That belongs to Microsoft.
I got news for you. I think that's part of the bundle, DS.
Oh, you think they're going to give them the IP as well? They're going to throw the Ninja Theory IP in?
Absolutely. Think about that. That's the heart and soul of what that current team. I know a lot of people like to rip off like Ninja Theory's entire resume, but a lot of the people that were there from the early, they're not there right now. That game is their soul. I look at how they branched off into Senua. What if that becomes something, right? I think that entire thing. When you get Ninja Theory, you get Hellblade. That's me. You don't. I mean, that's part of it, right? Didn't they do that also? Didn't Xbox sell back the IP to Sunset Overdrive?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, like
they gave it back.
And listen, by the way, good on Microsoft. They're like, we're done with this. If they're done with this completely, why are you holding Hellblade? Is some other team going to go, oh, you still have Hellblade? Oh, we'll make that.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
right?
Like every company has like a shit ton of IP they just sat on, and they ain't gonna do fuck all with them. But PlayStation has an entire backlog of IP, and none of them are gonna see the light of fucking day ever again. It's like, you sat on all this IP, and none of it's gonna get made because you're currently doing what you're doing.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Microsoft and PlayStation have a war chest of IP that they own that it's just sitting dormant, not doing anything. So I think Hellblade would just join the chest.
Yeah.
It would. Well, yeah, it would.
But I think that's because they don't think those IP would have relevant sales. Although I do think Xbox is really missing a trick with not having a Banjo sequel or a proper remake. Look at Spyro, look at Crash.
Yeah,
these kind of
that's fair. Years ago, I would have disagreed with you, Nib, but now seeing the resurgence, they have a beloved, character that people would probably pick up.
I was absolutely enamored with Banjo-Kazooie. It's so weird. It's so weird that Xbox have these IP that are basically my childhood, and they just haven't utilized them. It's such a weird thing. Even Perfect Dark, you had GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, all that momentum from Rare, and then
But bear in mind, like a lot of IP, like PlayStation has a bunch of great backlog IP, but it's like, I'd love to see a new Heavenly Sword or whatever.
Right.
Okay, and it's like, but obviously, you're not going to bring that IP back. But bear in mind, a lot of studios are now moving on with new IP, right? They're developing new IP. So it's like, yeah, they do have the old IP, but they're making like new IP. So, I mean, they'll just continue with what's successful, right? Because it's like, sure, you could go back to old IP, but it's like, if it's not really going to be popular and your current stuff is doing well, then you may as well stay with what you're doing, right? And then you can hire someone to I didn't think Spyro was coming back, but hey, we have a new Spyro game. So I guess Toys for Bob picked it up, which is a great. Like the fact you weren't able to hold on for Toys for Bob was catastrophic, because they clearly know how to make a good platformer. So you would have thought you'd hold on to them because
there's a lot of head scratching moments here, and I mean, like again, there's a lot of stuff we don't know behind the scenes, so I get that. We got a lot of super chats here that are going to bring a good amount of debate here, just a good conversation. Shout out to the OA. He says Nadella and Asha are not gamers. They don't have emotional attachments like Phil had. Decisions and communication Xbox had since Phil's gone is corporation speak. Phil backtracked a lot, but at least the guy was passionate about it. I mean, I will say this. Phil made games, played games, but I don't know if the Xbox community feels the same way they did about Phil, say, 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not saying in either direction. I think a lot of times they still felt it was very corporation talk away, even when Phil was saying it. I think now it's maybe a little bit more in the corporate side. It's a little bit more like I wouldn't say Don Matrick, but like, when you see a lot of these folks that are running Xbox right now are all coming from the AI division, I would think that a lot of people are still kind of thinking, oh, we've gone back to the suits, which, by the way, isn't always a bad thing. There's a lot of suits that run other organizations that seem to do well. But yeah, I don't know how people feel currently. There's not a lot of talk about Phil right now. Phil kind of disappeared. He's off social media. Name doesn't come up a lot. So
I honestly think he was awful. And I know I've always said that, but I just think his eye for quality, his vision for the things. Because come on, let's be true. I mean, I hate. It's so ridiculous that some random fucking knobhead on the end of a podcast can predict things better than a multi-trillion-dollar company. That doesn't make no sense, right? I posted that clip from your podcast, right? I think it was 2 or more years ago, where I was talking about why I don't think Game Pass will hit the mass market appeal that they think, and outline multiple reasons and stuff and about growth and stuff. And it's weird, like, who is Nib? Some tosser online? Does he think he knows better than Xbox? But it turns out he kind of did. He kind of did. Some random knob jockey, he knows better than bloody Xbox. And that kind of is the running theme now for more than a decade.
Yeah.
Is random analysts and other people online and, pockets of journalism and stuff, they actually do know better than these people running a multi-billion-dollar business. It's really weird. Their vision for things has always just been so off. So yeah, to your point, like with Phil Spencer, don't forget he was head of studios before he became the head honcho. And I honestly think the term that he oversaw was actually one of Xbox's worst output in terms of title quality in their history. So it's not just the vision side of the Play Anywhere and Game Pass focus and cloud focus and split SKU hardware and all of that stuff that I think he messed up on. I genuinely think just from a productivity and cadence of releases and quality standpoint, it wasn't there. And it's a weird thing. You were saying he's a passionate gamer. I think actually that might have been to his detriment, because maybe he was too softball to make the hard decisions and to put the foot down where he needed. And it's so many little things. I remember when he said, like, Redfall, their internal, analysis showed that it was going to review far better. Or like when he was hyping Crackdown 3. And I remember, like, in both instances when I played the games, I was like, what the f*** is this dude smoking, dude? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like there isn't some fun to be had. But if that was the 2 titles he chose to kind of promote over all others, it's just such a strange thing. Like, literally, you could tell from a mile off that once playing them, that the quality bar was not even in the same stratosphere as not just other games across different publishers, but even Xbox's own studios. But it is what it is now.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a catastrophe.
Yeah, no, it's funny. And things we did claim a while back, some people they forget they forget what you say, and then they're like, oh, now
we go back, Mooch, I think
now
we'll
analysts
end up being right about every single.
Well, we
point.
said
I'm
a lot of
joking.
things, and it's like, now analysts will say it, and of course you got Tarnished in the chat, who's like, he thinks I don't even want to. I'll tell you, Tarnished, have a great night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. So the OA's back again, and he says, where were all these people before? I mean, now that Bungie's eject seat has already fired, there's no point in showing up saying you can fly the plane. We were talking about that. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. A few of these were when David was speaking, so I apologize. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know when it comes down to that. The thing with Bungie that confuses me is that they were in trouble when Sony bought them. Where I don't know, and I wish David was still here, is where they got the valuation Where did they get that value for that 3.6 billion? You know what I mean? Is it the IP? Well, what part of that 3.6 billion, I think, also was 1.2 billion of it was for talent retention, right?
Schemes.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So, I mean,
they won't be paying most of that. Let's be honest.
Right. You know, so I mean, but they were in trouble, and there's reports coming out that say, you know, Bungie was, if Sony didn't do that, Bungie might have closed a while ago. You know, so who knows? I mean, to be honest with you, so when you say the eject seat, you know, it's a tough call. OA says also, imagine Sony showing up at an earnings call saying, "Hey, shareholders, we got Bungie because of revenge." Yeah, a lot of people were running with that. I don't know if you and DS are aware of it, but they were saying basically that there was staff high up in Sony that was not very happy at how Bungie handled their critiquing of maybe Factions 2 or other things, and it was more of a sabotage. That's been kind of debunked. I don't think that's the case. It's, you know, I think even shout out to Paul Tassi. I think he reported on it. And he said, listen, I'm not speaking for the thousands of people that work for Sony. Did somebody feel like that? He goes, maybe somebody, but he's like, that's not the general consensus of
well,
the...
I mean, I'll be fair to him. Like, I'd take Bungie's word over Naughty Dog, right? Exceptional single-player studio, but, like, when it comes to a live service game, I'd take Bungie's word over theirs any day, because, you know, Bungie has a track record in live service. It's like, it's just not your strong suit. Yeah, sure, you had some factions and whatnot, but that's not really live service. That's just a multiplayer add-on to your single-player game, right? Which was typical of most games. But it's like, if they said, yeah, this probably isn't going to work the way you currently have it set up, then obviously you could go, well, yeah, sure, I'd take you for it, because you know, as a roller coaster as it is, Destiny as an IP, like, it's still successful. So, I mean,
I don't know, man. I personally think Naughty Dog would have been far better off without taking advice from Bungie. Like, Bungie are great, but they're really highly inconsistent. And Naughty Dog, they have their own thing, and expectations from their fan base are different from something like Destiny. You know, like, I think the fan base that would have played Factions 2, even the way they were wired in terms of expectations of content and stuff, I don't think it would have been the same as a typical, you know, those kind of live service games. You know, people played Factions 1 on Last of Us for literally 2 years. I remember someone from Naughty Dog posted on forums at the time that it still had something like I think 300,000 or 400,000 like daily players or something crazy. And I remember at the time it was way higher than a lot of other really popular games. And this is something that wasn't even a proper live service multiplayer game. It was just some tacked on multiplayer, but that's how much people loved it. So just even something considerably more ambitious than that, yeah, even if it didn't have the post content support and all this other thing and I think it still would have had legs.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, to be honest with you. And you said 2 years. I think the first Factions had life for much longer than that. I think it was doing very, very well for quite some time. And, you know, was it doing, you know, Warzone and Apex numbers? I don't know. Probably not. But my point is, I think that, no. But it definitely, I think that, Nib, what you're saying is it was such a diverse type of game. There's really nothing like that if you think about it, right? That's out there right now. That's 4-player. Yeah. That espionage, just about going against 3 other teams, crafting while you're there, and short played too. You know, they probably were going to expand it. It was unique for its time, and I don't really know if there's anything else out. Is there anything out there that reminds you guys of Factions that's out there right now currently? Whether it be a small developer or a large developer, nothing comes to mind. Anything come to you guys?
Well, there is that one team, that one indie dev team that are making Factions because they were.
Yes. So that's a recent. That's not even out yet.
Well, no. But someone's having a go at it to fill that niche.
I saw something like that. Yes, and why not? Yeah, good for them.
Because they said, well, okay, if you're not going to make a Factions, we'll do it.
We'll do it. Fine. Right.
But then it's the same as that Impulse game. It's like EA refuses to make a Titanfall. Fine, we'll just make our own Titanfall.
Yeah, so I was talking to a few people that played that, and they They didn't I did not play it yet, so I don't know. They didn't particularly care for it.
Well, I mean, the demo is up now, currently on Steam.
Right.
Next Fest. Because I tried it. It's rough around the edges.
That's what I heard.
But it has potential. If they could polish it up and whatnot,
that's exactly what I was hearing from people we both know, DS, and they were saying that they need to see more money go into it.
Oh, they do. It needs more money, but they have the basic idea is correct. It just needs to be polished.
Okay.
And worked on.
Hey, listen, that's a positive.
They have the basic idea of a Titanfall game because EA refuses to, so we'll do it ourselves. And hopefully that Factions game, because you could tell they definitely took The Last of Us kind of a look. So when you look at it, you're like, yeah, okay, I see where you're going with this. So yeah, sure, let them have at it. Because PlayStation ain't gonna make a Factions. So.
No, I agree. If you're not gonna make it, that's something I think you have a beloved supporting group of gamers that would definitely get behind that, especially if it's an inexpensive purchase, if it's a smaller team. That'd be interesting. Glassdoor says Astrobot is selling well in Japan. I even saw Alina, I always say it wrong, Grain of Salt, he says, say it sold 5 million copies lifetime. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, listen, we can't say that. What is it? I always say it wrong, Nib. What is it? Alania?
Alania.
Of course it is. Alania. We can't say that they're not reliable in certain aspects, and then they are. So listen, take it with a grain of salt, like Glassdoor saying. But Astrobot having a little bit of resurgence, that's interesting. That is very interesting. I think that's
I remember a lot of doom and gloom about Rift Apart when it came out. It was
right.
1.3 million or something launch. But then the Insomniac leak happened, and then we could see within a year or whatever, it actually sold 4 million. So that initial number doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme of things. And weirdly enough, wherever there was talk about whether it was profitable or not, literally in the Insomniac email, they said it was profitable in the first month. They actually had a slide saying we're profitable already after the first month. So yeah, that made money in straight away. We also had data to show it will most likely, or it may already be, the best-selling Ratchet & Clank game. So it's this weird thing where, like, when it comes to PlayStation exclusive in particular, people have this very obscure notion of how much they need to sell. Like, oh my god, it's a flop because it sold, Astrobot sold 1.3 million or whatever in the first month. But Astrobot cost nothing to make.
Right.
Like, it literally made all its money in the first day. Like, so to PlayStation, that is going to be seen as a success. Every game you have to judge within the criteria of its budget,
and the
its
same
cost,
goes,
its marketing,
I think,
etc.
And I think you were alluding to this too with D earlier, Nib, when he was asking about Saros. Now, Saros charted. It was only out for 2. And there was a pre-release. You could do the pre-order and get it to play earlier, but it charted number 9 and then number 5 back-to-back months. Yeah. So I don't have the actual numbers. I don't know if you do. I don't have the numbers, but I would assume it sold over 1 million copies. And again, Saros not expensive though.
No, exactly. Yeah, $70 million.
You do have to make things everything has to be relative, right? If you sell 1 or 2 million, some people will say, "Oh, that is an absolute failure." Not when it's a low budget game. 2 million's not great when you have a $200 or $300 million game.
Exactly, and keep in mind, a lot of games have legs even when they're not charting. Like, for example, Days Gone, I never expected.
No, those numbers are staggering, yeah.
Yeah, and then even Gran Turismo Sport, I saw it sold 12.4 million. I was like, that sold 12.4 million copies.
That shocked me because
barely saw it. It was shocking, and that barely charted.
I thought that got bad press, too.
Charted significantly better, yeah. So, yeah, a lot of, even Bloodborne 7.6 million. I was like, everyone in the console war still quotes like 1 point something million, and the reality is it's sold nearly 8 million copies.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can't just go by the initial launch window. Like, just because PlayStation doesn't shout their sales, it doesn't mean they're not selling.
True. Glassdoor says exclusives are an entire package, not game by game. So Glassdoor, I apologize. I don't have the context there. This was 41 minutes ago. I apologize, Glassdoor. Glassdoor came back.
I think he's alluding to Xbox's like pick and choose exclusivity thing. Like, now versus. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's part of what we were talking about earlier, right, guys? I mean, to be honest with you, to say you're going to do just 2, and then we saw the rest of the show, and the rest of the show had everything with a PS5 logo on it. I'm like, here's the thing. What you're trying to do, you're going to get a spike of excitement. Let's just say a spike of excitement in October for Gears. And then let's say Clockwork comes out. I'm picking middle of the year, May, June next year. And then that comes out. That's a smaller blip on the radar because that game's just not going to lure as many people as Gears. And then you have all the games in between are coming out to PS5 that are Xbox published. It's just, to me, these 2 games kind of fall on deaf ears as far as the exclusivity goes.
If it has good reviews and whatnot, I think it will, because a lot of people liken it to, since BioShock, BioShock Infinite, that's what I liken it to. Is very heavily, you can see BioShock's Infinite's influence in it when it comes to like the steampunky kind of game. And steampunk is a very underutilized thematic.
Oh, you're talking about Clockwork Revolution?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, I was like, okay.
Yeah, Clockwork. It's like, it fits the thematic of BioShock Infinite and people like that. So I think people...
But BioShock didn't sell very strong, though. That's the thing.
No, but if people bear in mind, this game doesn't need to do 10 million. Like, this game probably doesn't even do 5 million to make back its budget. Like,
but I mean in terms of being a system seller to bring over.
Oh, right, yeah, it's not going to be a system seller. It's just a good game, and that's what I expect from it. Is to be a good game. It's going to get probably well reviewed, and it's going to make back its money for sure. It's not going to do like 10 million, but it's going to sell well.
I think the problem for Xbox as well, like, if this was like in 2023, it could have had more impact. But now PlayStation is finally starting to get its cadence up. So those exclusives are supposed to stand up against Wolverine, God of War, Layoffs, and Intergalactic. I just don't see it. Well,
it's not gonna outsell them for sure.
No. But I meant in terms of bringing, say someone's on the fence, right, about which console to buy. Say they're in the market for a console. You're telling me they're going to look at Xbox and be like, even though I can get all these other Xbox games on PlayStation, I'm going to get an Xbox for Gears of War instead of for a PlayStation for Wolverine, God of War, and Naughty Dog's new game. I don't know. I just don't see it.
Well, I mean, so some people might, just because they're lured in by
like a tiny minority.
Yeah, a tiny minority will. But it's like, obviously, and to be fair, their budget will be pretty small because they turned that around real quick. Because Wasteland 3 came out in August the 28th of 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it comes out before August of next year, that's bang on 5 years to put out Clockwork Revolution, which is pretty quick compared to a lot of AAA studios. They actually...
I would say...
bear in mind, they completely flipped the script because they went from a top-down tactics RPG to a full-fledged third-person, first-person, like 3D RPG. So they completely switched up their genre.
I think five. I think 5 has become the new, like, I wouldn't say middle of the road. It's probably a little bit more on the longer side, but I agree with you, DS. I don't think that's abnormal.
It's actually shorter compared to a lot of AAA dev times because a lot of them are like 6 and 7 years now.
Yeah. Well, I think as we go into PS6 and Helix and the next generation, I think you're going to see those dev times drastically reduced.
Well, yeah, because AI is going to get dragged in. Because
PlayStation
made a big mention of, AI is in our future. Lots of studios have announced, like Larian announced, they're using AI to help boost up the speed of how fast they get Divinity made.
But AI is part of our world now. There's no way to say it's not. I mean, Microsoft's 3 heads of Xbox are all AI executives.
Mm-hmm.
It's so where we were a year ago when we were on shows being like, oh no, AI is going to ruin everything. Now everyone's calling for Gemini to write their book report. So it's like, it's like.
But that's just the reality of all the publishers and all the studios.
I saw this interesting tweet from I think he's Dell. He I can't remember who he works for now, but he's ex like Naughty Dog developer.
Yeah.
And I follow him, and I saw him put out a tweet quoting one of the developers, one of the CEOs from Expedition 33. And I will say, I don't care about this. It doesn't bother me. Expedition 33 is my second favorite game of the generation.
Mm-hmm.
But he did put this article, them discussing using some sort of tool thing that basically automates gameplay code for them. And it's kind of like he was describing how these guys made a game where you don't actually need to do coding. You kind of put prompts and inputs, and you like connect these blocks together, and it's like, oh, when press this button, do this action, and it's kind of like simplified for dummies. So even me and you, we could like design a game using the program.
Yeah.
And he said they admitted to using that with the game, and I was like, you know what, fair play. Like at the end of the day, you should do what you got to do. But me playing the game, I loved it. So.
Oh my god, yeah, Expedition 33. I know that's one of your favorites, Nib. Honestly, great game, absolutely great game.
I agree with like the way Larian's using the AI, and as they explained, and they got massive amount of hate for announcing they were using AI. And it was hilarious because then everyone else came out afterwards and they didn't get as much hate, but they weren't the first to like jump out the door and say, oh, by the way, we're using AI. But it's like the way they were using AI makes a lot of sense because it helps the artists and whatnot. Because as he said, it's like they have to look through books, comics, magazines. They did for inspirations about what should this look like? Oh, I quite like this image. I can take the basis of that and make my own. And it's like they said they have to go through so many sources just to find ideas to help spark their art. Now they can just ask the AI, make me a typical white castle on top of a hill on a stormy night. And then you could go, right, there's the foundation. Let me draw my own. Let me make my own and use that as a reference. And obviously, that helps them out because they don't have to do all the legwork of reading through all the books and shit to try and get ideas. So
the only problem with that, and I do understand it from the business side of it, DS, but the part that is concerning, and I'm not making more of it, I'm not going to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I'm just trying to say to you that like the part of what you just, that was a great example too. But what I would have liked is, so DS, let's say you're a developer, you're an artist, right? You're working on that castle. But when you read that lore and the way that you, DS, interpret the castle and the waving long grass in front of it and the path up to it and the way you would, because you're a talented artist, you create it, that will now be impacted by the image that your eyes now. That doesn't mean you won't take the image and embellish and put your spin on it. But it's like when people say, hey, did you read this book? And they go, no, but I watched the movie. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, when I envisioned it, I thought that the main character was this and that and had blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, no, that person was played by Sylvester Stallone. You're like, oh, all right. I'm just saying it changes the context of how you would create that art because that art is there now. And I'm not saying that that's detrimental or it takes away from the game. It doesn't, but...
But the thing is, you were going to draw that castle anyway. But instead of having to flip through 10 different fantasy novels to get an idea about what kind of castle you want, because if you're the artist, you're sat there and like, I want this castle on this hill. All right, give me some inspiration. What inspiration can I get? Well, let me search through the internet. Let me search through books. Let me search through fantasy stuff.
Yep.
Give me kind of an idea of what I'm shooting for. Is there any like aesthetic I want? Well, now instead of having to do all that legwork and time, you can now go, well, my idea is I kind of want the castle to look a bit like this, so I could tell the AI to draw up a mock image, and then I can get my inspiration from, okay, I know roughly what I want from that. Now I can draw my own and put what I want the castle to look like. So it's reference material, right? And the only difference is, as he said, like all the artists are staying. Like Larian's losing none of the artists. They're not getting replaced. They're doing all the art. But instead of having to flip through books and shit and do all this legwork to find reference material and inspiration, they can now just get the AI to make that material for them or find that material for them, so they don't have to do the legwork. Which
the only thing I'll say is, I'll judge based on their next product, right? Because
Oh
You
yeah.
know, whether they will lose the personal flourishes because they're too reliant on AI or not, we have to wait and see. We don't know. Like, it's going to be a really interesting transition these next few years, because inherently there's going to be more and more AI in all of the games we play, right? Or at least it would have been assisted more by AI. So yeah, I just would have to judge it case by case, I guess. But I will say, like, some of the AI stuff, you know, that I have seen from Larian and from PlayStation, for example, with the facial scanning and hair technology stuff with Horizon, I think it's pretty productive stuff. And in fact, I wish fucking Fable was using something like that, because then their characters would actually look convincing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, yo, Gorilla, can you help out?
Yeah.
Playground Games over here, give them some of your AI tech.
Yeah.
I
think that's a lot. That's the one thing that I found that was interesting. So, you know, with Fable's face characters, and the same thing with like Avowed, and the same thing with like Obsidian's like Outer Worlds, like they all have like this, and even like some of Bethesda's games, even Starfield, like the face animations are so blah. You know what I mean? I don't understand. So maybe they can use some of that to give them a creative spark. I don't know. I still would like to see, you know, people making that art, which I think they are. But let's remember, when we're all saying, oh, yeah, like it's a matter of fact. But have you guys seen how fast AI is learning and how much AI is doing in the past 3 years? This conversation we're having today is going to be vastly different than what we're going to be saying 10 years from now. Like, vastly
I would
different.
say it's like a substitute for... So if your artists and whatever animators and stuff are already impeccably talented, fine. The AI might actually do a worse job. But if they're in need of a bit of assistance, which they clearly are at some of the studios you've mentioned, then I can see something like that, you know, doing the work.
Well, it's like every artist needs inspiration, right?
Yes.
You think of artists as like the great artists of our time, and they see stuff out that they're just walking around the world, and they see like a scene, and they just pull out their paint, their thing, and they use the reference, and then they put their own artistic style onto it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you see like the sunset with the rolling hills, I can't remember his name, who did like the sunflowers and whatnot, and it's like, it's not an original idea, but it's his artistic interpretation of the reference material. Well, instead of having to do all that, you could get AI to make the reference material instead of having to walk the world.
I do agree with you. I think the only potential negative of that, and I say this as someone who used to be in art and design myself, is sometimes shoddy referencing work actually leads to more creative design. Because, like, obviously, say you don't get much in the way of reference, right? Then more of your own imagination takes place, and you're essentially filling in the missing gaps, right? Whereas if AI is too good at getting reference material, I'd imagine their intent might be swayed more than it would be without it, if that makes sense. So that's the only thing. We may have less creative works because of that, because AI is, you know, essentially just... And you kind of see it with AI facial modifications and scans and filters and things like that. They actually all have the same fucking look. It's always this, like, Instagram model look, where it's like contoured makeup and everything, and blusher and lip filler, and even the LSS5, that's literally what the LSS5 did. Like, it did the same thing.
Oh, it's like, but I could see it's good and bad, because if you want, like, I want to make a Gothic castle. Well, how many Gothic castles are there in the world? Which country do you have to fly to, or, like, you know, get pictures of said castle and then and maybe it's not quite what you want for inspiration. So I could see it both ways. It could be good and it could be bad, because it's like, well, instead of flying out to the country and getting my own personal look at it, I could just get the AI to make me a picture of it, and then I'm gonna manually draw my own castle, but I'll just use some of the references of the Gothic, like, architecture and whatnot. It's like I think of Warhammer games, and it's like a lot of that stuff is inspiration taken from, like, Gothic architecture, like a lot of the stuff in Germany, which is Gothic. And they took a look at it and they were like, okay, I can see what like kind of the thematic is. So I mean, it could help out, and anything, if it helps speed up development without taking away from the artist, and like the humans actually doing it. If it could just speed it up, though, instead of a game taking 6 years, it could take 4 years. I mean, that's
yeah, but you know, like I always say though, in DS, you're talking in today in the next 3 years. I'm right there with you. But if you think about it, do you remember when smartphones first? Remember the iPhone first came out, and remember the app. Remember the App Store had those ridiculous, like the thing where you could get a beer and you tilted it because of the gyro in it. You could just the beer would go away. Remember it went from all these dumb things it did to now you're running your bank, your house, your life. My point being is AI right now is what you just said. Oh, it can maybe help and make things creative and speed things up a little bit and help 10 years from now. That's why the concern is there for AI. The concern is it's going to go from those fun apps on your iPhone to life, business, family, health. My clarification, just to finish my clarification is I'm saying that it will take over. It won't be there to help. It'll actually be doing it.
Well, of course.
That's the concern.
Every studio and publisher will have to come across that. I'm sure PlayStation will have to ask that question.
Right.
Nintendo.
No, everybody. This is for. Well, it's not just game. It's not just gaming.
I think for me the biggest fear is that AI. A lot of AI is not inherently, but a lot of it is quite inconsistent and actually sometimes bordering on pathetically stupid, like because the way it sources information, it's always kind of it conforms to the user's own preferences. So if you say, so and so, can you find me evidence on this to justify this, it will seek out sources that justify your own conclusion, if that makes sense, or your own narrative, as opposed to being impartial. And then in other things, like obviously it makes mistakes. I have a friend who's really high up in a law firm, right? We're talking like 150 million plus they make. And he uses AI, and sometimes it will quote precedents from cases and things that doesn't even exist because it's used like weird ropey sources from blogs and things like that. So he has to actually constantly second guess, question the AI, and they pay $150,000 a year, by the way, for the licenses for the AI that they use. And even like little things like see with Copilot or Google AI all the time, it's always missourcing things. It's always getting data wrong. Someone wrote a book in the United Kingdom, right? And they used AI to find sources and studies and things like that. Again, it fabricated so many of them, took sources from blogs and things that were made up. And then in the UK, we had a really fun recently where some brown minority kid, he got arrested because the AI facial recognition thing said that he was this perpetrator who they were after for committing a crime. Goes to the police station, they load up the image of the thing, and it looks nothing like this kid. And this AI identification system is supposed to take over our parts of our infrastructure, and it literally can't even recognize between two completely different looking people. So yeah, I'm not there yet to trust AI. AI.
Well, I mean, I'm not there to trust AI, but it's like I have a feeling in the reality, a lot of all the PlayStation games, all the Nintendos, all of Xbox, that's all going to be run. They're going to have AI all throughout that process, and if that's not your bag, then you'll probably be giving up gaming in the next 10 years.
Well, I think, I think as the people you said this earlier, DS, I think we'll adapt. Right, we have to adapt. The companies have to adapt. They have to make those changes. Actually, believe it or not, I mean, we should make
people initially hated always online. But
they hated digital content.
Yep.
You're taking away.
Here we are.
And here
overtaking physical.
It's probably 80-20, if not 90-10. I agree with you, DS. All right, I got a couple super chats here, and it's after the 4-hour mark. DS, we said we're going to keep this to 2.5. We both failed miserably. It's my fault, though, not yours. Shout out to Glassdoor. He says Xbox fans are stuck in 2007. This isn't the 360, and your console isn't competition to PlayStation. It got outsold by the next playground. Move on. That was when we were going back and forth before. Shout out to Glassdoor. Glinzer says, another fine show, Mooch, even if you're biased. Glinzer, get out of here. All right, great to have the great Glinzer here. OA says, such a hard I told you so, in quotes. We shouted that ABK deal was bad and we were ostracized. Now people are realizing that we were right after all. We've been saying it for a long time away, but it's okay. You say that, then they're like, you can't say that. It's like, okay, couldn't say it before, can't say it now. When can you say it? Great point, away. The Gaming Ledger says, Falky hit the nail on the head. Shout out to the great David Faulkner, by the way. He says, also, I don't believe they hired Matt Ball, who comes from private equity and has connections, as a coincidence. So, that's the one thing that a lot of people were talking about too, guys, out there was, I guess Asha, like, if you look at her resume, she's been to like every position she's been in for roughly about 3 years. Somebody went to, I don't know if it was Grok or they went to Gemini and they asked and they're like, how long? And they're like, 3 years is how long. Now, don't get me wrong. That's not a bad thing. I think anybody in the corporate world that moves and wants to be promoted, it's 3 to 5 years. You do move on. I don't know if Matt and Asha are going to be, I don't think you're going to see them there as long as Phil was there. Like, I don't think you're going to see that happen anymore. I think it's 3 to 5 years. I don't think you're going to see them be there.
If you see the Matt Ball image that's going around, that kind of goes through some of his
yes, I saw that.
accomplishments, let's just say. It's pretty scary, right? Like his outcome,
his
for
predictions versus
what actually happened.
Yes,
cloud gaming taking over, net web content growth trajectory, subscription dominance, platform, loads of things. Like he does not have the best track record from metaverse to NFT and all sorts of things like that. So I'm like a bit apprehensive with.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, and that's fine. I just think that if you take 3 skilled folks from one area and you're like, you guys are doing really good over here, come and fix this. It takes them a while to actually learn the system. They Asha was very straightforward. She's like, I don't really game, so she's like, she's got to learn the system, learn what's going on in that the departments, see what's happening with the people she has leading those departments. And then go from there and make decisions internally. And when I mean internally, I don't mean the studios and layoffs. I mean maybe replacing certain people that are the heads. Like, shout out, we didn't get a chance to talk about it, but Craig Duncan, who I interviewed, shout out to the great Craig Duncan, who was president, Rare Studios. Then he got promoted to Xbox Game Studios. He's departed. And, those are nice ways of saying let go, I believe. Maybe he left on his own accord. I don't know. But generally, when you hear that, that's not good. I'm pretty sure he liked his job there. But yeah, now they're making.
The reports were saying that both of those 2 executives left because they weren't happy with the situation with the layoffs.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes perfect sense because I'll tell you right now, Craig Duncan was one of the heart and soul of Rare. He came out and did an interview with me and Crap when Sea of Thieves was just coming out, and he was extremely forward. He wasn't doing PR talk. He spoke from the heart. So, yeah, he probably did leave on his own accord because he was not happy with the current situation with management and the way things were being run. Shout out to Craig Duncan. Glassdoor Gamer says, Nib, we are training AI, which will improve it. And I think you answered back with, please improve it faster. Shout out to Nib. Shout out to Glassdoor. Shout out to Nib. You guys are all phenomenal. Special shout out to Mary Wilcox as well. Mary, thank you for being here. I know it's late. We kept everybody. I didn't even realize it. I got to be honest with you. I looked and I was like, what, 4 hours again? I'm like, no way. I'm like, me and DS were even talking before the show. We're like, dude, we're going to try and keep this one to 2.5 hours, especially because he was like up all night last night. And I'm like, I got to go to work in 5 hours. So shout out to these guys that stayed here. Shout out to the great Nib and DS. Nib, thank you for being here, buddy. I appreciate it. Another great and entertaining show. That's for damn sure. As we always promise and deliver on Crossfire.
Death Singer, we won't talk about you next time. I promise.
Next week is DS free, and I don't mean him not being here. I mean, if
anyone brings up Death Singer, I'm going to be like, who's Death Singer?
We are not bringing up DS next week. That's for the audience to know, and for DS to know he can come in here and enjoy himself and talk video games. DS, also, thank you so much for being here, buddy. You guys are all fantastic. Great sport. But DS, let people know they can find you and Nib as well.
Well, you can
find me, man.
Don't.
You can find me everywhere. Well, you already know where to find me on Twitter because all you in my mentions anyway.
That's right.
Whenever I make a post, so I mean, it is what it is, and you can find me, playing games and just having a happy old time,
I made a tweet. Sorry, Death Singer, cut you off.
Yep.
Sorry, my bad.
I'm properly playing my D&D and stuff, enjoying everything. The World Cup's happening.
Yes.
So, yeah.
No, it's a great time to be a gamer and a great time for sports as well. Great point with the World Cup, guys. Enjoy that. Nib, what were you going to say?
Sorry to extend your...
That's okay.
I made a tweet today that was really impressive. I was quite impressed. I managed to annoy both the left and the right, which I thought was hilarious.
I
was cracking up. I made a tweet. It was like, the
GTA color palette.
It's like bisexual colors. Some people were saying it's bisexual colors, and I'm like, bro, this synth wave style Miami art has been around literally since the 80s, right?
Yes, it's Miami Vice.
Lighting.
Yes.
So I put a tweet, and I was like, oh, snowflakes will have the same energy for GTA 6. Saying like the people who hate on these colors, are they going to go as hard at GTA 6 for having the same colors?
People were misunderstanding.
This idiot thinks that these colors are, new.
Yeah.
I had people on the other side saying, "Oh, don't try and gaslight us. We know that it's subliminal transgender messaging."
Yeah,
every slide was going. Oh, so funny.
You were getting that from both angles. I saw that back and forth. You had to keep on explaining. You're like, "No, I was being sarcastic." You're like, "No, I'm just kidding."
I was like, "Do people not know that snowflake is a derogatory term? It's not like I was."
But again, it's just it's like anything else. People take the interpretation their own way, and it's like, I saw that, Nib. Nib always causing up. You know what? Like he said, don't find him. You might want to find him, and it's quite entertaining. Shout out to Nib. I appreciate you, buddy. The Wise Old Gamer stopped by. He had to bounce early, but it was great to have Wise here. D-Batch, guys, go over and check out D. He's always doing tech stuff and video game reviews. Brap, by the way, guys, a Brap update. This just in. Coach will be joining the podcast again. He said July 1st. I don't know if he meant like literally the 1st or that first week of July, but he will be back starting in July for at least 2 or 3 months while he gets a break from sports. So shout out to Brap. The great David Faulkner was with us, the community's accountant, as I like to call him. David, thank you for being here. And shout out to Wolfgang Mishima, who did a show over. He does a bunch of shows. Go over and check him out on his YouTube. And he used to be on Twitch, but now he does YouTube, I think, exclusively. Guys, we'll be back next Thursday for another 4-hour rendition of Crossfire. You're not going to want to miss it. And also, guys, please go over and check me out on twitch.tv, Mooch TV. It's M00CHTV. It would mean the world to me. We are doing Dark Souls 3 run through on Saturdays, and that starts this Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern, with Blaze 4K and Lazy Vibes. That being said, thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for the amazing conversations. Thank you, chat in general, for being here. Without you guys, the show doesn't exist. It's very, very great to have you. Please hit the like button on the way out. Still 200 people. We had almost 400 and something tonight. Hit the like button, please. 200 people on the way out. Hit that like button. It would be a great, great appreciation for Mooch. We'll see you guys next Thursday. Go play some games and enjoy the World Cup. Peace out. Good night.